How's it going, everyone? Welcome to Up Late with G and Mark. And today we're going to be talking about cheese spiracies. So grab some cheese and come and join us. Sipping tea like some plonker on live stream.
Hi, G. How are you?
Not so bad, thank you very much.
Why the silly voice?
Have to give a quick shout out to Stylesy for being a member and Dogface, also known as the Onion Ring Eater. Like always, we'll quickly go through the chat. We have a pirate. He'll be in and out tonight, just like the takeaway place in America. We have Mickey Mouse, Stylesy. And also we have Emma from Emma's Spare Room Machine Shop.
Welcome, Emma.
Anyway,
thanks for being here.
So we have apparently one on G, one on Funkin' Hungry, and like always, Mr. Mark is in the lead with everyone over on his channel.
Oh, really?
Welcome.
Thanks, everyone. Well,
Yeah,
on my side, I've got probably myself, Stylesy, and Emma. So, anyway, having the two screens.
My one, I've probably got a naked vlogger and another lurker. And that's probably about all I've got. I know Stylesy's on Funkin' Hungry.
Look, we don't people swap around, swapping varieties of spice of life. G'day, Brad. Thanks for joining us and being here.
We're basically swingers these days on YouTube. Everyone, has a go at everywhere and everyone.
That's it. Like we say. Oh no, I won't.
like we say, if I struggle to get to an hour, I'll be rushing off to TikTok after. What are swingers? Great mind, G minds. And we have nude vlogger and two hangry lurking. Okay, but how are you there, Mark?
Yeah,
busy
I'm good.
Day,
G.
was it?
It was a fairly busy day. Yeah. Pre-wedding preparations for a family member. So it's been a bit of a busy day. A few other things going on. Bit of a big day tomorrow. Going to be picking up the boiler and bringing it home, and going into the new shed. Well, that's the plan anyway, as long as it doesn't rain. So if it rains, whole show's out the window, unfortunately.
True. Yeah, so all the best of the wedding. No one's getting angry or too angry about it at the moment, are they?
Oh, it's a wedding. Let's leave it at that. No, look,
it's emotional.
It's just bloody normal stuff.
This is like most stuff in life, stuff when it comes to preparation and having to wait. Everyone just sort of freaks out until it's sort of said and done.
Yeah. Look, no, it's nothing over the top. It's just making sure things are where that are going to be, where they're meant to be, all that sort of stuff. Excuse me. We went to the venue today, and it's just planning things out, and it's what you got to do. So anyway, such is life.
Well, I spent some of my time today already on a live stream.
Cool. So how was it?
Yeah, I helped out a mate, Mythos and Frost and Fist, and we did some hobby and we talked all sorts of just random stuff. And sometimes you get carried away, and then we're like, oh, whoops, we haven't checked the chat for a little bit.
Yeah, Um,
Fun.
I've a while back, YouTube has got a feature where you may know of it. If you're on a mobile device, you can join other people's live stream, and I have done that with Emma a while.
Okay.
Um, it's a feature that's only on mobile devices. It doesn't work on tablets or anything like that, and it won't work on the desktop either. So it is a feature that YouTube is introducing. I think they're trialing it first on phones. I suppose it's no different to Instagram, where you can join in other people's live.
Yeah.
So it's just another way, and um, yeah, it's good, and things are slowly getting set up in the shed. Oh, bit of feedback there.
I
Um,
finally decided to catch up. Yeah, I was just going and giving you a
oh,
call.
righto. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I should go over to your channel and do the same. You pat my back, I'll pat your back. Um,
Yes.
yeah, so it's just, and unfortunately, work gets in the way. I do a 10-hour day, so I start at 6:30 and go till 4:30, and it's a look.
Yeah,
I can't complain. I shouldn't complain, but you want to try and get something done. The days are getting shorter, and it's just it's just one of those things. And I suppose there's somebody from down south that's going to say, "Oh, if you had daylight saving, you could get more done."
yeah. Well, technically, what is time? It's just the placement of the sun, really.
Well,
Yeah,
time is something that we have. Um, uh,
constructed, yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah. You know,
created. I
yep,
mean, time originally was, like sundials and stuff before it
yeah,
sort of got more digital or clocks and stuff were around. So it's just yeah, really, in a way, it's obviously sort of time. We could talk about it all for a long time, I guess. But but yeah, it originally was kind of just to work out what time of the day it was, as in what again where the sun is, and
mm.
we
When
worked out day,
you know,
night, and the rest of it.
yeah, when you think about it, we were very much back before we had modern day lighting that we take for granted. We were very much like the birds. Once the sun went down, you went inside. If you
Yeah,
if you managed to live inside, um, some
yeah,
people
because that's
weren't.
when the drop bears come out, isn't it, at night time?
Exactly. Yeah, 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 yeah. So, but anyway, Brad, I work for an earth moving company, so we've got all sorts of machines and trucks, tip trucks, dump trucks. I drive our service truck, so I go around and do maintenance, fuel and grease, and all that sort of stuff. Keep the place running. So tomorrow I'm going to be borrowing our tilt tray, which I've used before. Plus, I'm going to borrow Works forklift. I got my own forklift here, but Works forklift has a higher capacity. It's a 3 ton lifting capacity, where mine's only 1.5. So yeah, Stylesy, we don't have it, and back in the days when old Sir Joe Bioki Peterson was the premier of this wonderful state that I live in, there was all sorts of you know I think it was trialed, and then they would interview the news would interview the typical sort of suspects, like the elderly ladies, and say that, oh no, my curtains will fade. And I think they interviewed a farmer, and he said, oh, the cows will get confused when they want to be milked, and all this sort of thing. And yeah, it just didn't get a good rap. And of course, way back then, I was a kid and sort of didn't understand the concept. Uh, Queensland has daylight inflation, and um, and that was what So back in the 80s, so that was almost 40 years ago, and we haven't even tried it since. Just everyone's been against it, and I suppose I'm a bit of a hermit, and for some people, yeah, but yeah, look, you're getting up an hour earlier. You're not. It's just you're not changing the rotation of the Earth or the Sun or the orbit of the planet around the Sun or anything like that. All you're doing is just it's a mental thing, really.
Psychological sort of thing, yeah.
That's it, psychological. Yep.
It
Yep.
sounds like a whole bunch of kerfuffle, really. Just
Yeah. Oh, look, you
one
know,
more problem that we probably don't need, really. But,
it's funny. I like I said, like the other you guys have been doing it for ages, and usually when another state does it, another state will follow. But we haven't in this situation. It's just a straight out no. So anyway, what do you do?
and speaking of old Roger that won't be with us tonight. He will be
Yes.
lurking in and out of the chat, but he's got a hot date. He's told us he's got a hot date with his mate. He's doing, what prawn stars do. It's strictly
Yeah.
for day trading. Now, this one apparently isn't directed at me, so I can't sort of be involved. He said Mark, so I'll stay out of it.
Yeah. 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 I don't watch the stock market that much. Yeah. Right, Brad. Only really
Yeah,
works in the summertime.
that is a bit of a good point because obviously most people want to have a little bit more daylight or time to, enjoy the sun or do activities when it's a little bit warmer. So, like you're getting a little bit more daylight in the summer sort of time.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh, I suppose modern day, for a lot of people, modern day society, I suppose because a lot of people work that 9 to 5, they don't get up at, sort of 5 in the morning or something like I do.
Yeah,
Yeah. And most people will get up at, especially if they live close, if they live in a city or something like that.
yeah, around sort of 7:30, 8 o'clock
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
if they have to get to work and
Yeah. Or drop the kids off or something like that. Um,
mm,
Look, everyone's case is different, and there are people who would love it, and there's going to be people who hate it. And if you, it all depends on your personal situation. You can either choose to be with it or choose to ignore it. It's like everything else in life, I suppose.
yeah, definitely.
I'm rocking the old TARDIS on the shirt here. What design you got on your shirt tonight?
Teenage Mutant Ninja
Ninja
Turtles.
Turtles, right?
Just like the
I
comic book version, the old
right.
school, like who the actual original creator, like the way he drew them. Like
Oh,
awesome.
okay. Yeah. I
Yeah,
I never got into the TV series. I just one of those things I never got into as a kid, you know.
yeah, I guess I was pretty young at the time, and just I liked action figures, and they had a good line of, I believe, NECA, the company, done them,
Mm.
which yeah, they did a good line of them. But I liked the old, how they had the puppets, the people in like a suit. They had a couple of films of them as well.
Mm.
Um, I've read a few comic books, but yeah, mainly it's the films and stuff. I do know like the some of the comics are obviously its own kind of like Nickelodeon has the rights these days, so they do some quite childish, aimed at kids series.
Mm.
But yeah, the actual comics by the original creators, which is still going now, is a little bit more sort of grown up. even the way that they're sort of drawn is, a little bit less cartoony or fun and all that sort of stuff. But evening, Chriso, how are you?
Welcome, Chriso. By all means, welcome.
But I mean, they do that with Spider-Man, Batman, all a lot of them. It depends on who's drawing it. It depends on who's writing, illustrator and the writer or whatever. How dark or how sort of more aimed at kids it could be. Because I've read some Spider-Man where they're quite grown up, I guess. Like some of the themes as well they'll get into, and then the same with Batman, and then you'll get ones that are definitely aimed at kids that obviously not going to go into certain subject matter.
Yeah, I um, I know a lot of people get upset with when they change things, you know,
Yeah,
and I think I think sometimes you do need to change things, or maybe have some sort of a spin-off, so you approach a different audience. But of course, that doesn't always work.
yeah. It's like sometimes people with like the Marvel films, they'll say, "Oh, but it depends on, like I was sort of saying before, it depends on what comic series they're basing these on. There's differences. Like they call it the Ultimate series of
Mm.
Marvel, Ultimate Spider-Man and Ultimate Avengers. But Iron Man, for instance, he when he became Iron Man, he was involved in the Vietnam War originally, so it was like jungle aesthetic and the story was
Oh,
sort of,
right,
uh,
right.
and then in the Ultimate Iron Man, they based it more on the Iraqi war and the terrorism, on the
Yep.
side that side of stuff. So
Yeah.
that's what they based the film on. But again, some people, would who might like the really oldest material might not quite like that spin on it. It's the same sort of terrorism story and how he, injures and becomes Iron Man. But yeah, there's definitely differences. Yeah, we're going all right. Chriso, Brad saying, I remember the original cartoon so well. I have some NECA figures here, Pennywise and a few Predators and Harley Quinn. Yeah, NECA these days, I do actually have some here. I'll get out. Most of my stuff is packed away, but I have. This is modern NECA, but I do have Splinter, the Four Turtles, and Shredder. So that's Master Splinter. It's NECA. It's based on the old films. You had like the logo of the old films and stuff. And you have Master Splinter with a slice of pizza. He has the ooze that turns them into what they are. I've got all of these still in box. And it does have like an image down the side of them, and that's how I've displayed them, kind of like books with the on the side. But yeah, there's a lot more out there, but just yeah, I don't really get into the collecting side of stuff that much anymore. But have to have the four turtles and Splinter and Shredder.
Well, that's yeah. Everyone's got their thing, and I
Mm.
if you so what's that there?
Because yeah, NECA owns a lot of IPs. So like Brad's saying, they do Pennywise, so they do the old, but they're that style that I showed where they're really realistic looking figures, and yeah, so they do it or Pennywise from it. They do the old original one, and then they do the remake and
Mm.
so on.
Yeah.
What is this Cheesegate? I will get into Cheesegate later. Dogface needs to be around for that, I reckon.
Does he?
He likes a bit of. Yeah, that's the discussion I had with him is where I came up or he mentioned we was laughing about cheese and stuff and cheese conspiracies, and when he said that I'm like, oh, I'm gonna call the next, because he was saying, we'll talk about it on Up Plate with G. I'm like, yeah, I'll change the picture to that tonight.
Something a bit different, eh?
Yeah, a little bit different. And the Turtles ones, the ones I've got up there, they're not worth that much because they've only been around a few years, and it's not like they had a limited run, like a limited number of them.
Mm.
I mean, technically, if I keep them like that, in say 20 years, they might be worth something if you keep it in mint condition. But
Yeah,
there's a lot of collectors these days, so there's a lot of people that keep stuff in the boxes.
yeah, and that just doesn't go for the toys or anything like that. That goes for a lot of stuff. Some of the guys who are into motorbikes at work,
Yeah,
as in not specifically Harley Davidson, but other brands of motorbikes. You hear stories of guys just collecting motorbikes over the years, and they got a shed like mine full of motorbikes,
yeah,
and some of them turn out to be really rare or haven't seen in ages. It and that goes the same with cars. They find some incredible barn finds of cars and things like that, and that sort of thing happens all the time, regardless of whether it's a figurine or actually, I think I saw on X, Twitter, a
yeah.
few days ago. Some guy had passed away, and he had a collection of Star Trek, and from the description that was given, it was just about anything Star Trek. Whether I think the only thing that there might have been some pop vinyls, but it was models, it was Lego, it was posters, it was like
Mm.
everything you could think of, and it wasn't just the original series. It was Next Generation. It was you name it. It was just, and I think he had like 3 rooms or something like that. It's just crazy what
Yeah,
some people do.
I started collecting Darth Vader stuff because that's one of my favorite characters of like all time.
Mm,
Um, I started collecting just different stuff of him, and I started getting into some of the old Star Wars figures in a box and stuff like that. But there are, like you're saying, people that are into a certain, like one, it might be cars or it might be figures or whatever. But then there's people that collect all sorts. Like you probably no doubt seen those shows where they go to collectors, they get even an old Coca-Cola drink machine from like, 70s or whatever, and they have just all sorts of stuff collectors. But yeah, I kind of like those shows as well. And obviously, if it's a little bit more stuff that I'm interested in, it's a little bit more entertaining. But it is
mm.
overall just the collecting and the fact that we're. I wonder if like aliens from other planets or whatever. I wonder if they keep all just random trash, or if it's just us, that can't throw anything away, and it's like, yeah, this is a Coca-Cola can from, like the 60s or whatever.
Mm.
But
Well,
yeah, it is
just
interesting.
have a look at JK in the chat there. He's selling Lego Technic. You know, yeah,
5K worth.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's we all get a bit crazy on our hobbies at times, and
Well, I've still got some of my old toys and stuff from when I was a kid, just all
yeah,
sorts of stuff. Some of it's been passed on to nephews and all sorts of stuff like that. But I do still have a bit. It just gets to the point I was gonna, in my mind, I was gonna have this display where I've got some old stuff, some of my. But yeah, you just run out of room, and it just ends up being like I've got quite a lot of comics, but they're just in like old shoe boxes or whatever tucked away. And just it's hard to keep up as well because I will get into like a series of comic, but when they're doing a series, it's normally coming out weekly, and you just need to chase that issue. And so what I started doing is getting different variants. So it was like, because I'm into hip hop, I started collecting Marvel hip hop covers. So they take like a hip hop album cover and they use Marvel characters to replace like, the rappers or whatever. So
mm,
it's like the Marvel characters and it's done in the style of a famous hip hop cover. Because I got Stan Lee actually to sign a lot of people was getting him to sign, very iconic Spider-Man or whatever. Or he was wrote all sorts of Marvel. But I got him to sign my copy of Spider-Man, and it was done in a two-pack hip hop variant. So it
Mm,
was like All Eyes on Me two-pack album, and it has Spider-Man as like in the same sort of way as Tupac was on his album cover. And I also got Stan Lee to sign it in gold, where most people were getting him to sign it in like black and stuff. So I got him because the album, the comic book had like sort of a very dark black, mainly cover with Spider-Man on it. So I got him to do gold, so it stood
mm,
out.
mm.
But that was just because I'm taking two things that I love, like hip hop, Spider-Man, and just to me it was more unique than it's not worth as much as some of his iconic Spider-Man issues, but to me, it means more in a
Yeah,
way because it has that sort of value to me.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
Stan Lee isn't around anymore, unfortunately. But I did go.
no.
I know myself and Mark have spoke about this before. But yeah, I went to see him. I kind of knew it was like the last. He was getting there in age, and he just wasn't in the best of health. So I just knew it was a once in a lifetime opportunity. And I just remember watching old Spider-Man cartoons and Stan Lee like narrated the beginning and stuff.
Mm,
In his very iconic words that he would use, like true believers and all these different words, and just and being very into Hulk and Spider-Man and all sorts of characters. I'm into X-Men, which Stan Lee did originally do, but some of the characters like Wolverine, Stan Lee didn't create that character, but obviously it was a part of that universe. So yeah, I went and had a picture done with him. I watched a panel and got him to sign my comic book. So it was one of those experiences in life that it was like $300 to $500 for the package of it all.
yeah.
But then when you break it down, you're seeing him, you're getting a picture and an autograph. Most of his autographs back then were going for a good 100 or 200 just to have
Mm.
Stanley's name on something. So, it was a
What
lifetime opportunity for me.
what year was that? That was
I would have been about 4 years ago, so maybe 2020, maybe.
sounds about right because you and I would have seen him at the same time. So you seen him in Adelaide, and back
Hmm.
then Supernova were doing either Perth, Sydney, or they were doing Adelaide, Brisbane with their you know uh, with their what's the names. Um,
And
uh,
just to quickly answer JK, all my comic books aren't like I'd have to, look for it. They're not just in arm's reach. I probably got either a picture or whatever of it. I was in a lot of pain though because my sciatica was really bad around that time. I think I said this story to Mike as well before, but when we was talking about conventions, my sciatica was really bad. It comes and goes, and it was really bad. And obviously, lining up and being on my feet all day, it was starting to get so. The picture I didn't look that enthusiastic. I was happy that I met Stan Lee, but I was in a lot of pain. Um, but I was waiting to go see Stan Lee, and the staff there, the people that helped me, I really appreciated and what they basically done. I was asking, how long until we'd be seated because I was in pain and stuff, and they ended up getting me a chair, and then they ended up basically sneaking me or letting me go through. They open up just sort of barricades, the stuff they had sectioned off, and let me in instead of lining up for the rest of it to come in. And the person I was with at the time, like my partner at the time, she didn't have the Stan Lee package, but they let her sit in the sort of seats instead of sitting at the back. So yeah, they did a great job. I really appreciated that.
I was just trying to find. I'm sure I took a photo of when we because I didn't pay for the uh, to go and see
The
him.
Excel,
Just,
yeah, the Excelsior
just
package, I believe it was.
yeah, I just we just went and saw him at the free thing.
Yeah, so they let anyone in the panel, but if you pay for the package, you got, closer, like in the
Yeah,
seats that
yeah,
were closer to
that's the
him,
standard.
basically.
G'day, Peter. Thanks for joining in. Emma's in
Hello,
the chat
Peter.
as well. If you wanted to say hi to Emma, thanks for being here. Appreciate it, the support. Yeah, I'm just trying to find that photo for some reason.
Yeah, because I've collected all sorts of stuff over the years. When I was actually a kid, I even collected stamps, like just different stamps, and had like
Mm,
folders of them. So I've just always, and even I used to like Pokemon cards, or back when I was a kid, they used to have different I got into X-Men cards, but also they used to have sticker books. So you'd buy like a blind pack of stickers, and you'd
mm.
normally have like a book to stick them in of just different stuff like Marvel or all sorts of stuff. So I've just, I guess, always since a kid liked, collecting. And if it is when it comes to stickers and stuff, you're obviously trying to get the really unique ones, and it's their way of getting you to keep buying them to try to get the rare stuff.
So, so it was actually November of 2017 is when I saw him. And if you want to bring that photo up there, G, that's how I saw him. I'll zoom in.
Yeah, it's pretty much how I saw him. I don't believe they had like chairs like that, I guess because it was a different venue, but I
Mm.
don't remember them having gaming chairs like that. Yeah,
Well,
but
that's probably
yeah,
the
I remember that guy with him. He was like not his interpreter, but Stanley's hearing was a little bit bad, so
yeah,
he would just be there to assist him.
yeah. It was quite funny actually. Um, he was really good on. So this is
Stanley was a hilarious. I remember this dude who asked a question was wearing a Superman t-shirt, and he like started giving him shit about it. Like, because obviously, yeah, Superman is DC Comics. So,
I think
like, what's
that
that
was my
shirt you're wearing?
yeah.
Mm,
That was my niece that was on screen. That's probably the best photo of all. I think at the time. Let me get some information on that. What did I take that with? Um, yeah,
yeah, that is super clear.
that's the best I could do. That's when I had an iPhone 6s Plus. So that was yeah. So
Shout out to iPhone. They
that's the
want to
best
sponsor
photo.
Mark.
That's the best photo at the time. You can see the others are washed out, and we were pretty close to the front there. We didn't pay anything
Mm.
extra. Um,
Yeah, that is pretty
oh,
close.
I got to stop doing that. I thought I had more. Um, Yeah. So that's 2017. So that's five, three, no, 6 years ago
Mm,
now. Yeah.
yeah,
And that was the last time. Not long after that, he passed away. Um, what because a lot of people, especially the Americans, were upset that he actually came out here. Um,
yeah. Even though they got so many things that he was, a part of over in the States, but it's just, yeah, I guess some people who didn't get to see him or just wanted to see him one last time, but I know he came here a few years, probably maybe like 6 years or something before I saw him, and which I, ended up not going to for whatever reason. I don't know
yeah.
if I could, was being silly with my money or something, and yeah, just I didn't make sure I made sure I didn't want to miss the last time I got to see him. But, I do have a Marvel Legend of Stan Lee somewhere as well, which is like
One
a
thing
figure of Stan Lee.
One thing I like about the conventions is that some people put some really great effort into their characters or their cosplay. Like this guy
Yeah,
here, this is back in 2017. Um, this guy here done up as Jesus. I got the itchy nose again. He done up as Monkey from Monkey
Oh
Magic.
yeah, yeah,
You know, oh sorry, yeah, he really fits his character. You know, um,
yeah. That's
it's
awesome.
just
Oh, you got it. You've even got Pikachu there.
yeah,
Pikachu looks like he's yeah, funkin' hungry in that
yeah,
photo.
and
Had a good
look, I
meal.
got to meet Dr. Carl. You know, I got me Red Dwarf shirt on there, and
Again,
yeah,
love it.
Snaghead, and just other people. I think, steampunk. Um,
Yeah,
um, you know, we that's my wife in the middle there with a couple other ladies, sort of steampunkish type stuff. Um,
yeah, I do like that aesthetic. It's very cool. It's
yeah,
like yeah, steampunk is like futuristic and sort of like
yeah,
old school mixed together.
yeah, yeah. So anyway, I'll stop sharing some of those. But yeah, that's we haven't been to one in ages, to tell you the truth, and I do miss them because I liked the effort that, like I said, I love the effort that people go to. Um, some some are just incredible, others are not so good, and it's a lot of work. A hell of a
Mm.
lot of work for some people. You know, there was a guy a while back. He was done up. Let me find it. I got to show you. I think I have showed you before. Um,
I remember when I went to one of them, Gamora, from Guardians of the Galaxy. They had this woman dressed up as her, and she just looked really good. Like her, she was all green, how Gamora is in the films.
hmm,
But like it was done very well. You know, some people might not put it on properly, a bit smudgy, but this person just, and some of these people that do cosplaying, like I didn't know if they were a part of the convention or just, you know, like people that just were paying to get in like everyone else, but they were happy to take pictures with people. They had this really cool, it was a really small guy, which Wolverine is small, but he was dressed up as Wolverine and he had the claws and stuff. I took a picture with him. I'll have to try and find some pictures and stuff. You know, it'd be on my Facebook, but it was a few years ago, so it'd be scrolling through stuff. But yeah, there's some really cool ones.
yeah. Oh, how far back have I got to go? That's the problem. Um, yeah, I'll have to. It's something I'll have to find out. But once again, it was just the guy put a lot of effort into it, and it wasn't just half sort of. I think it may even been like a character out of Warhammer, but it's
Okay,
just
yeah,
just really
I know
really well
Warhammer's
done.
got really popular these days. There's just video games and also they've always had video games, but it's just lots of companies are obviously trying to get in on it because it's becoming more popular. They're going to do a Prime series with Henry Cavill is like the guy behind it. That's going to be his sort of franchise that they'll attach his name to. Yeah, maybe one live will maybe we'll sort of dedicate it to, you know, like
Yeah,
that conventions and some stuff that we're interested in that way. We can get a few photos and have a bit of a chat about it.
yeah.
Seems like a
So
few people are interested in it.
yeah, so coming up in because for a while there we were doing Gold Coast because they have it the convention centre down there. Uh, they have it in actually it should be coming up this in March, and then in the meantime, so we're a bit spoiled here. So
Mm,
they'd have Supernova in the Gold Coast in March. Then we'd have Comic Con uh, sort of September, yeah, and then Supernova would come back again in November in Brisbane. So
mm.
because we're so close to everything, we could essentially go to three conventions in a short period of time. But it was good for a while because it was spaced out. But they started doing Comic Con like a month or a month and a half before Supernova. And Comic Con here in Brisbane was never as big as what Supernova is. But Supernova, it's scaled back a little bit, unfortunately. I wish it would, because they used to have a Friday night welcoming, so you could actually go like Friday night, and then they'll have the Saturday and Sunday. But now it's just Saturday and Sunday, and that's it. It's just it's great, but boy, is it busy, you know.
Yeah, it is. Hello there, Lee G.
Lee,
And
the man,
Lee
the myth, the legend is in the house. Thanks, Lee, for joining.
JKKJ is very true. Some of those women that do cosplay, when they do it very well, a lot of them can do all different characters, and they kind of just the way they do their makeup, their hair, they normally have different contacts, and obviously they really get into their outfits. Some of them, it kind of really changes their look. Like they actually do really tap into, and obviously some of the posing they do will be like iconic for the characters they're representing, so that it will, it will really change the way they look. And also, good old Brad here is saying that he uploaded a short on his Predator collection, so we might check that out if we don't put it on tonight. Make sure everyone goes and check it out. It's a bad one, but still, okay,
It's a bad one. Ooh.
it's a bad one. The bad Predator.
Yeah.
Not like all the good ones that they're around. They're ripping spines out, skulls and spines, and collecting trophies. Yeah, see, but that's why it's funny when a lot of kids these days, they're like, I was into sort of Muppets and stuff, but I had figurines of like Predator, Terminator, the Xenomorphs from Alien, so I've always been interested in sort of horror, sci-fi stuff, like very sort of scary stuff that really got my imagination going. Like I did have Ninja Turtles and other stuff like that, but yeah, I'd be playing with a Terminator and a Predator, and sort of in my mind, like, I wonder what it would be like these two fighting, stuff
And
like
they
that.
made a
And
movie about it, which I haven't seen yet.
what, Alien versus Predator?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm a bit slow. I mean, I got enough. I'm subscribed to enough streaming services, so I should be able to get it for free.
yeah. I mean, yeah, I won't spoil or anything. They do have some cool stuff in those films, but I guess it's like we've said before. Sometimes, especially when I was a little kid and playing with them, in your own self, you come up with these ideas of what would happen. But I mean, even really in my mind, even the the worst Predator and Alien films are still good. Like
Mm.
even even ones that you're like, yeah, they're not as good as the original couple or the original. Yeah, they're still good. They're still using the characters that you know and love, and it is definitely some cool fight scenes, seeing predators and aliens versing each other. I like it in Alien as well. They go into sort of Mayan and some of ancient sort of history. They incorporate it into it, and they like they try to say that the xenomorphs and stuff like that have been around for a long time.
Mm.
One film I don't know if you've seen is Prey, which is the new series of Predator. So instead of Predator,
No.
they're calling it Prey, and it's based in Native America. So you have like Native Indians. So it's like them versus the Predator. It was a very good film, though, very well done. Basically all of the actors was very good, but they got this young lady who's one of the main from her tribe. She's one of the main characters, and it's like with this sort of woke stuff, how they try to put women in a lot of stuff. It's like when you force it, it's pretty crap and pretty cringy. But she did a really good job because they wasn't forcing it, and she just was a natural. And it's just she was a natural sort of leader, even though she wasn't the leader of a tribe. It was just she's great at hunting, like most of her sort of culture is. They're very good when it comes to hunting animals and stuff like that with the bow and arrow and quite basic weaponry.
So, a serious question then. Do you play with your dolls?
A serious question. Yeah, of course I do. I'm not. I'm always like this guy's got
Right.
wherever I've there it is. This is flamer
I've started.
flamer
I've,
on it.
I've started a poll over on my channel
What does G play with his toys?
with these dolls. I couldn't.
No, most of my collectible stuff is in books and in boxes.
Yeah.
Well, itself.
Yeah, you're right, Lee. And if you want to get further into that, go over and check out Nerdrotic if you haven't already. The guy over there, him and his crew, um, you know, talk about how woke Hollywood has affected and how much money they've lost on a lot of their stuff. It's just crazy.
Disney's doing really crap now because they're trying to force that, and it's just not people aren't enjoying it as much as
Mm,
like because they try to make out like minorities aren't really appreciated in film, but then they have like people like Bruce Lee and stuff, and like they try to make out like they're trying to make a lot of characters obviously black these days that weren't originally, but then we had before Marvel was what it is now, they had Blade, and they had Blade, which has always been a black character, and yeah, it's another character that I really do like, and I do have some comics of Blade
yeah.
or some
I,
graphic novels, which are basically just all of the comics all in one compilation.
mm,
But yeah,
it, it,
strong female leads. I always loved Ripley, and I didn't love them because oh yeah, jiggly bits or whatever. Like there was actually like awesome characters and really well done and very badass, and like they had Sarah Connor and just
yeah.
and
Oh
what
man, I love the Terminator series, and
yeah.
I just wish that um, it continued on, and it didn't. And um, the girl who played in the Terminator series, she was out here um, for a convention at the Gold Coast because she was in Firefly, right?
Mm.
Same girl, and they made a joke that whatever series she appears in will only go like 2 seasons or 3 seasons or whatever. And yeah, it's just a real shame that some series, like I don't know if you've ever watched Stargate Universe. It was dark, right?
Mm,
And it
mm.
was a bit slow, but when
I,
things just
I do
started
kind
to
of
get,
like my dark stuff.
yeah, when it just started to get interesting, they canned the series, So it's
You
just
saw the you saw the lady that played in The Mandalorian as well, didn't you? Because she was in other sci-fi series. Was it
um,
Katie Sackhoff or something?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
She's
She
been
they were due to come out. She was due to come out here, but because of the writers' strike and a couple other things, she just couldn't make it. But they did a teleconference in, and she said, wow. She said, this is a much bigger audience in Brisbane because down in Adelaide, they only had like 10 people for her to,
mm,
they're watching her. And it was really, personal sort of one-on-one type thing where there was at least 50 people. I wasn't able to sit down. I had to stand up. Um, so it was good to see. It's always look. I really enjoy seeing the actors up close and
yeah.
personal, and I got a good photo a few years back, or quite a few years back now. Jamie Bamber. He played Apollo in the remake of Battlestar Galactica, and they brought him out here, and I got a really good photo a series of photos, and I posted online, and they actually used that photo for something. I didn't get any money for it. I probably just got a bit of a credit, you know. But some of the actors, like if you ever get the chance, John Barrowman, he's great to see in person. He really interacts with the his audience.
Mm.
And the only thing, so when you go into the auditorium and see him, the only thing he requests that when his time starts, they close the doors. Once the doors are closed, nobody else can come in. And one time there, I think one of the people's phone, one of the ladies, her phone went off, and it was her mum calling. So he got on the phone with her mum, and yeah, they couldn't. That's it, the face of Bo. So seen John Barrowman a few times, and um, he when you go and pay for a photo, like he doesn't just stand beside you. He will, put his arm around you or something, and he really goes that extra
Give
mile.
you a kiss on the cheek.
Yeah, just about. Just
Yeah,
look, he's
yeah,
he's he's openly gay. He doesn't hide it. He's got his
mm,
husband there with him, and you, you would have been some of them. You can't get close to them, or they want to keep their
yeah,
distance. And I do understand that, but he's just someone you can get. Like if you want to put your arm around, he'll let you do that, or he'll do it, or he'll say to the people, "No, no, 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 let him do whatever." Uh, yeah, yeah, Lee. They've turned Doctor Who woke. It used to be good. It really did, but it's not. Sadly, it's not anymore. I haven't even. I
Star
haven't
Wars.
even. Yeah, I haven't
Yeah,
even watched the new
continue.
series. I lost interest
Yeah,
with
like
what's his name?
yeah, no, I was just gonna say Star Wars started doing that, but I feel like the series have captured some of what I liked about it as a kid, like
Hmm,
the John Favreau stuff, like Mandalorian, and I quite liked the Book of Boba Fett and Ahsoka. Like
hmm,
they're a little bit more Star Wars to me, where the films were a little bit all over the place, but obviously that was because too many people wanted their own, they wanted to tell their own stories and it was just all over the place. It's going one direction and it's
yeah.
not even going in another direction like, oh, that was really cool how they did that. It was just all over the place in a bad way, really.
Hmm,
I still didn't mind them because it was Star Wars and it's just, but yeah, nothing will beat the original trilogy for me.
exactly.
You know, bloody Ewoks. I love those little guys.
Yeah, look, what do you do? We unfortunately we're not in charge of the franchise, and
Mm,
you can only vote with your feet or vote with your money. Go somewhere else. Don't you know? As I mentioned to you, I think last time, I really like. I'm getting into. Well, this is the third season now of Halo, the TV series, and a lot of people don't or may not like it because it's totally different or not what
mm.
it's supposed to be, like you're explaining. But um, I am enjoying this series, you know, and this is my first, even though I've known about Halo, this is my first experience with it in
Learning
terms of,
about
yeah, yeah,
learning about characters and stuff. Yeah, but like it, I didn't mind it, but yeah, just the Master Chief in the games is way more bad ass. Is like and I just love his voice. He has a very iconic voice, and now they have like 5 games, and you know, just it's I guess it's like a lot of people like their different versions of Batman and Joker and stuff, but I always, when I'm reading comics and stuff, I always like kind of picture Mark Hamill, who did he's done Arkham Asylums. They had video games, and he did for about 20 years the Joker's voice on the animated Batman.
mm-hmm.
So he just has his the way he does his voice. a lot of well, I like all the different versions of Joker when he's been in films. I mean, I am a huge Joker fan. He's another one of my favorite characters, so I do like what everyone has done with it. But yeah, just when I read the comics and also the way he looks in the comics just kind of suits Mark Hamill's voice.
Because a lot of the um, look, most people probably know this, but for a long time I didn't know this, so it's new to me. Uh, a lot of the characters that we see is
Mm,
heavily based around the character who's playing the voice or something like that. Um,
yeah,
that's something I didn't know for a long time. You know, call me dumb or silly or stupid or whatever, but I just didn't know. And when when you look at that character, or when you look at the person's voice and you look at the character, you think, oh my god! It's like the other day something came up on Facebook about the guy who played Thurston Howell III on Gilligan's Island. He was
yeah,
the voice behind Mr. Magoo. You know,
mm,
and for you're thinking, oh, who does that voice? And then you saw him there standing there with a portrait or a caricature of Mr. Magoo, and he had like
mm.
a funny face. Hello,
Hey there, Yoda girl,
Yoda girl, Joanne. Joanne is from First Floor Audio. So thank you for joining us.
old Luigi.
Yeah.
Yeah, must have known we were talking about Star Wars.
Oh yeah, he's
Wondering if we were going to pay out her man, the old Yoda, OG Yoda himself. Because I love Muppets and puppets and all that stuff. As a kid, I absolutely adored Yoda and how weird he was. Like the Yoda, the origin in the original films. Like he was
yeah.
so quirky and just he was so because he's kind of like was losing his mind, going a little bit senile and stuff by then. And yeah,
Yeah, it was
but
that
yeah, it
sort of
was.
yeah.
You got to love the montage of like, it's kind of like an equivalent of the Rocky when Rocky's training, but when Luke Skywalker's training and he's got Yoda on his back, he's running around with him on his back. Mm.
Oh, cool! I just found that emoji, which I gave to Yoda Girl, which is "Live long and prosper." And
Oh,
funny,
nice. Yeah.
interesting thing is, if you have a look at Mork and Mindy, when
Mm.
Robin Williams was Mork, he would shake his hand, but it was this way, and he'd say "Nanu, Nanu." So whether they stole that
Mm.
off Star Trek and just went like that, interesting little thing there.
Yeah, just touching on Mark Hamill again with Joker. I do really appreciate, like you were saying before, I appreciate voice actors a lot. I feel like some of them don't get credit because they do an incredible job. And when you see a lot of them doing the voice, like you see them actually performing, they really put their body language and like it is like they're acting, but you can't obviously see it once they're in the film or in the cartoon or whatever they're doing the voice for. Yeah, when Mark Hamill does Joker, he like really puts his body and his face changes, and because a lot of Joker, it goes from being really angry to really overly happy to the point where it's like really like scary in a way. But yeah, you see him like flipping those emotions and you
Mm.
see his facial expressions changing from really angry to happy, but it happens so quickly. So yeah, like most people that have done Joker have done a really good job because they portray that side of him where he can come across really calm and really like just sort of happy and then just get angry really quickly. Yeah, so was that the actual? Have you seen the actual Joker film?
No, no, I haven't.
Yeah, because that touches into like the mental health side a lot, which yeah, it's very well done. Where it kind of shows a man going from kind of normal. or just like in the film, he keeps on struggling, and all this stuff happens in his life to get to the point where he just snaps, but it does it very well.
Yeah.
Yoda, Sensei Yoda.
Bipolar Psycho, JK KJ says.
Yeah, like for anyone that hasn't seen it, I wouldn't want to give away too much, but it kind of it's almost like that saying, like, like anyone can become a villain if they have like one bad day kind of situation. It's like
Mm.
all this stuff happens in the film. It just starts, and he takes medication and stuff like that. But yeah, it really shows like basically becomes the Joker from Arthur Fleck is what they called him for his like name before he becomes the Joker. But yeah, and the original Joker, they don't show it that much in Batman, but the original Joker was based on a proper like circus clown, and they show that in Joker that he was a clown before he becomes Joker.
Have
So
you
he's trying
seen
to make people laugh, and he's a comedian.
have you seen any of the original Batman and Robin, the TV series from what is it, the 60s
Oh,
or something?
with Adam West.
Yeah,
Yeah, I used to watch that. Yeah,
that's
yeah,
the sort of thing I saw, and so the Batman movies I've seen is the one with Michael Keaton. That's probably the one I
yeah.
haven't. I don't think I've seen any others. Not
Batman, and then the second one was Batman Returns with
mm,
Penguin.
yeah, not. I just never been a look. I like it, but just never been a big fan of it.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah,
It's a
like
bit like
Batman's one of my favorite characters. I don't know if you ever noticed, but
no. Well, that's a nice cup you got there, G.
yeah, who is it? Oh, wait a second. I
Just,
like bats as well, and I don't know, the logo is very
mm,
appealing to me.
it's a bit like I suppose for me. Um,
Gee Willikers Batman.
yeah, for me, like Superman will be um, what's his name?
Christopher Reeves.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, Christopher Reeve is my Batman. I suppose it's and those movies that he did. Uh, that's just me. I haven't seen the others, and um, Batman versus Superman. It's like
Well, Peter's saying, "Oh, Batman always let Robin go up the wall first." Yeah, he had to have a pervert someone, especially when Robin used to wear tights. Oh, Robin, I can see your balls up your skirt.
um, okay, Lee. Thanks for joining in, mate. Go get your uh, daughter sorted out, and hopefully everything's all right.
Yeah, take care there, Lee G, and all the best.
Yeah, but
Oh, look at that. We've gone over an hour. I was struggling
yeah,
there.
I
I
know.
reckon I'm trying to TikTok.
I think
You noticed I was struggling.
yeah. Well, I think the first I kept looking at the clock and it was like, 10 minutes, then 15 or 16, and
So,
I
God,
made the
bloody
dog.
hell, geez, bloody struggling up there.
Yeah. I didn't. So what? The next 3 hours is it's just going to
Yeah,
fly by, is it?
it's all smooth sailing from here. It's always a struggle to get to that hour. Mm. Well, if no one gets up here, after an hour, I'm gonna leave.
Yeah. I'll
Mm.
just hang on. I'll just go away and I'll come back when we're talking about something I like. Hang on.
Yeah, true.
I
Yeah,
can still hear you.
Mark will be back once we speak about. Just it has to be a subject that he knows stuff about. He's not willing to look into anything else. You know,
No, not at all.
It-
But
it-
I'm still listening.
it's funny when you go like that. For some reason, because of your avatar, it kind of looks like it's like a little like orb. like pulsing, like a little robotic orb.
Yeah,
They
right.
have them in they have them in Halo. Funny enough, like these little just drones.
Stylesy, congratulations on getting an hour. Reward yourself with a hot
Reward
chip.
yourself. Now, now in Australia, this gets confusing because what's a hot chip? Is that a fry or is it? Uh, because I was obviously born in England, so it was crisp. But then I always knew the American influence potato chips, and then I come here and then like that Americans call potato chips, and then they have fries, and then you come to good old Australia and they call chips and chips just to confuse the hell out of you. Oh, what do you call those? Chips. What do you call those? Chips as well.
Yeah. Well, it's like
You
I've
know,
always known them as
Australia.
lollies. You go to the shop and you buy lollies, and then you English people come along and go, "Oh no, they're
Yeah, like
sweets." What?
yeah.
And then, no, they're
Because
lollies.
a lolly in England is like an ice pole or whatever they call them here. Like,
Right, right.
so yeah, they're lollies, and then yeah, they
Um,
call them sweets. And
we better give a shout out to Lee and wish him happy birthday for his wife. Um, yeah, you know, like you say, what a way to celebrate. I hope you're going to celebrate some way or another, Lee. What's the time over there?
happy birthday to Kim. Happy birthday to Kim. What a way to celebrate your birthday. Happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday to
Kim.
you. There we go, Lee.
Hip, hip. There you go.
Hooray!
We probably could have put a bit more enthusiasm in it, but you
So
know,
it's about 10:30 over in good old London town.
now I've
Beautiful.
got that song stuck
Hopefully,
in my head.
hopefully they're having some beautiful spring weather over there.
Yeah, that's it. I don't even know what season we're in Australia because it keeps on bloody changing.
Well, before it seemed like it was getting quite cool, and so had a long sleeve shirt on, and then had me cup of tea, and then I'm getting hot and getting hot, and I'm like, oh, geez, I'll have to change my shirt and cool down a bit. Just crazy. I suppose we're all over the place. We are a bit, We've had such hot weather, and now it's cooled right down or cooling down. So
Yeah, yeah, definitely. It is getting a little bit cooler, but it's still. I just feel like the seasons are out of whack. You know, we're still following how the seasons are set out, but I feel like the actual Earth, like the Earth's like, no, that's not how it works anymore. You can
well,
keep on following your bloody calendars and all that stuff, but I'm the one who makes the decisions around here. I'm the planet. All
all
right,
right,
take care, Luigi,
thanks, mate.
aka Liege, my liege.
Liege, yes, my liege, yes.
Mhm.
Now that reminds me, probably the one of the best movies I have seen um, in a long time. I haven't watched it in a while, but wife and I have watched it quite a few times. Is A Knight's Tale. If you haven't seen that,
Oh,
yeah, have you seen it?
yeah, I have.
I think it's a bloody fantastic music. Yeah, it's not exactly correct, um, but Jesus, it's just a good movie, and I think that was probably one of the best movies that what's his name, that Australian guy was
Oh,
in.
Heath Ledger.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
Heath
that's one of
Ledger's
his.
another person who played Joker.
Yeah,
You haven't seen the films though, probably the Batman trilogy, the Christopher Nolan trilogy with Christian Bale as Batman.
no, no.
And
I'll have
Heath
to.
Ledger done an excellent job. They're actually quite good films. It's a trilogy of yeah, Batman Begins, The Dark Knight, and then The Dark Knight Rises, I believe, was the third one.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good films. Heath Ledger did an excellent job. I think that was his last role. Another one that I liked Ledger in, he did Ned Kelly as well.
Mm,
It was quite a good film for sure.
yeah. Right.
Yeah,
I'm way behind in my movies. I gotta sit down and watch movies or watch a few more movies um,
I'm just I think I'm a bit of a geek, and we probably figured out by now, like, I'm basically still a child or whatever, with my toys and with sitting there with my Joker dolly, and yay.
well, trust
That,
me. I got me toys. I got me model trains in the cupboard, which I
yeah.
haven't had
We
out
should,
lately and should do.
we
Um,
should get them out one live stream, and you can have, like, like your little sort of train hat on. You can choo and watch
yeah,
them go
I
round.
way back when I used to have a train hat with all sorts of metal pins in it of different trains and things like that. Used to wear that everywhere. Yeah,
Awesome.
I was there. Um, but of course now I've gone for the full scale thing,
Before,
and
before our liege was gone, there he is talking about A Knight's Tale, Joker,
yeah, yeah.
Dark Knight.
Well, hopefully he's
Must
got
be,
us on in the car.
yeah, he must bloody let his AI do the talking for him.
Speaking,
It is like a sci-fi film. Like, he's letting his artificial intelligence take over for him.
yeah, speaking of AI, Nightbot, the one that Lee has on his channel, do you
Mm.
have to have a certain amount of subscribers to have that going?
No, funny enough, I need to look into that. Meathwash, but I could ask him how he done it, or I guess good old Leegi. Yeah, you don't need. I don't believe you need a certain amount of subs because I know people in the hobby on the hobby channels used to do it. The guy that I was on live stream with earlier on, he had his Nightbot going.
Mm,
Yeah, because the orcs in Warhammer they say "wah," which is like a Cockney kind of version of war, but like they scream it and it's like "wah."
yeah.
But when I wrote that in the chat with capital letters, the Nightbot's like it gave me a warning, like stop using capitals, or you'll get kind of like you get told off. And so I did like a little "wah" in lowercase. But yeah, like a little funny thing about Heath Ledger, he actually was into hip hop as well. The Australian hip hop band 1200 Techniques, the rapper from that is called Infamous, but he ended up changing his name to Enfer for short. Heath Ledger actually directed a couple of his film clips when he was still alive.
Yeah,
So
right.
he was into hip hop, Aussie hip hop, and he started getting into directing. And so he probably would have eventually started doing his own films and stuff like that.
And he obviously got into a few other things that tipped him over the edge.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, a lot of people they take because of that industry, they take stuff to help them get high, and then when they're too high and can't come down and need sleep, they take stuff to try to mellow themselves out. And yeah, it sounds like unfortunately, he got a bit caught up in that stuff, which a
Ah,
lot of people
righto.
in the
Thanks.
entertainment industry do. There you
Lee's
go.
just talking about Nightbot. Yeah, we should ask Lee to when he's got a chance to come in and just explain it.
Well, we don't even need Nightbot. We've got Lee in the chat. He is our
Yeah,
Nightbot.
yeah.
And so he's even saying hi to people and stuff, like just in case we forget about someone. Yeah,
Don't want to leave anyone out. Um,
yeah, that's it.
what
Oi,
was
oi,
the
Lee, sense of Nightbot. Yeah, we can't have Nightbot with Brad around. He'll get himself banned.
He'll be even more strung out.
Yeah, he'll be wondering what the hell why he's banned, trying to strung out, trying to get back on. Oh, here he is, the Alistair Fambroni himself. Hey G,
Oh,
Mike, and the
he's
rest of the
in the
lovely people in the
house.
chat. He
G'day,
galloped
Cody.
on in on his pony. Here he is.
As soon as each time people we talk about Nightbot,
Right, catch you later, our liege, Lee G's,
righto, righto, Lee. See you next time.
Lee Jeezy.
Um,
By next time, you
just
mean in about a minute when he
yeah,
writes something back.
Every time we mention Nightbot, I think that reminds me of the Night Garden. In the Night Garden,
Oh yeah,
that
yeah.
show on ABC for kids. Man, um, the people who made that, well,
I
let's
was,
just
I
say,
was like,
I think they were on something. oh, the,
it's like SpongeBob. Have you seen SpongeBob? And even
oh,
bloody
not
Ren and Stimpy. Ren and Stimpy. That was kind of aimed at adults. I think they used to call it Nick at Night on Nickelodeon, and they had like a little bit, yeah. But Ren and Stimpy, those people must have been on acid or something. I swear. Like it would show like a hairball or something, and it would zoom in on it, and it would be so detailed, just like just to come up with some random stuff like that. But Nightbot to Night Garden, that's a long reach for that.
yeah,
Yeah,
no, I don't.
well,
No. Well,
we do like a long reach or even a short reach around here.
or reach around, whatever you.
Yeah, that's
Um,
what I was trying to get at. Uh,
check out. Actually, go on YouTube. Check out Hale and Pace, especially when they did their version of like a kids show, and yeah, they just some of the stuff that Hale and Pace did was, oh man, out of this world. But what
yeah,
else? What
well, as
else are
we
we
know,
going to
though,
talk
like
about?
music was fueled by drugs. I mean, it still is, but back in the day, it seemed like, yeah, they was very drugged out. But it seems like these days, like the artists are getting so drugged out that they'll drop dead. It's like, all right, you probably went a little bit too far, mate. Like,
Mm,
back in the
mm.
70s or whatever, in the 60s, 70s, they were taking it, but like somehow keeping sort of somewhat, somewhat able to handle it. Uh, I mean, some of the best stuff has probably come from drugs. We
Yeah,
all know
well,
that everyone's addicted to their caffeine and their coffee, and oh, don't disturb me until I've had my coffee because it's like I always wondered when people are like, oh, don't talk to me until I've had my coffee. It's like, what's going to happen? Like you talk to them and their head explodes. Like what is actually going to happen? Oh, don't speak to me until I've had my coffee.
yeah.
And
Um,
people are very,
the one thing that musicians don't seem to do anymore, and Doctor Hook used to do it, and they actually sung about it in one of their songs. Part of the lyrics was, we've got a genuine Indian guru showing us a better way. For a long time there, a lot of bands had an Indian guru, which would teach them meditation, and obviously there was probably some herbs that would help
uh,
them meditate and things like that. But
Indian drugs.
mm,
Must have been, they're not just known for their spices. They're known for their they're known for their heroin and marijuana as well.
yeah, Brad, you're absolutely right. Some of the things that go on the old Benny Hill was absolutely lovely, funny. It,
Just that little jingle is just ridiculous.
mm,
It's just so good.
yeah,
Like it's just one of those sort of little jingles or songs, if you want to call it that. That it does give you like a lot of energy. Like it makes you want to kind of move around a bit.
yeah.
Gurus do have a marijuana ritual. Yeah,
Mm.
what do you think they're smoking in those pipes to get it
Well,
off their
what about
face?
some of the shamans? And hey, it's Roger the Pirate. He's in the chat. Hello, Roger.
Roger comes in after like over an hour and he just says hello
Yeah.
to Cody.
Come on, Cody.
He's
Get up
taking
here. Get up here on the panel. Otherwise, G and I are going to leave.
Yeah, that's it. It's over. It's over, Cody. Oh, Roger's just taken over from Lee's job now. He's he's the night bot now. Roger bot. They use two
Well,
hands to smoke huge joints like they go crazy with it. Yeah, they're like kind of like Cheech and Chong stuff. Like,
yeah. If it's you got to stop bringing up these movie references because talking about joints and things like that and lard, go and watch History of the World Part One, Mel Brooks film.
Mm.
Go watch that movie.
Yeah, no, funny enough, had that lined up. I saw Blazing Saddles recently. Obviously, I love Spaceballs, but I did see Spaceballs fairly recently when we were talking about it. You know, just because someone couldn't get into past half an hour, which I think means that probably 10 minutes and it was turned off, if that. So yeah, I'm like, oh, I wonder if it is crap. You know, maybe I just misunderstood it. I watched it, I'm like, this is awesome. It feels so good.
I actually follow on Twitter. I'll say Twitter. I know it's X, but Twitter's just easier to say because
Everyone
everyone knows.
says Twitter.
Yeah.
Everyone
Um,
says Twitter still.
I actually am following John Candy's son on Twitter,
Oh,
and
yeah.
yeah, he puts up some really nice posts of you know of obviously how he remembers his father and the stuff that he done. Um, John Candy was he's um, just in a lot of movies that we all can relate to. Uncle Buck and
Yeah.
Spaceballs and
Oh,
Blues Brothers. He even played a cameo in Blues Brothers. Um,
yeah, yeah. I definitely would say that my favorite has to be yeah, Bob. Not in him. This
yeah,
Mercedes. Just he's such a lovable sort of guy. But yeah,
yeah.
no,
Hey,
but
Cody,
the
if
opposite
you're in that,
on
sorry, I was just Cody. Cody's in Adelaide. Surely to goodness, you and Paul and Cody could meet up.
Paul's a few hours away. He's in the old Gambia, the
Oh,
mountains
righto,
or whatever.
righto.
He's one of those mountain people. You know, I don't know what they get up to. I think they just eat red rooster and goes for walks. But yeah, it would be epic. Good old Becky as well. Shout out to Becky. He's going for a bit of a hard time at the moment, from what he said.
Oh,
Um, he,
yeah.
he's he's up with well, Becky told me that yeah,
Hmm.
he said that he's broke his back and stuff. So yeah,
Oh God, that's no good. Um, Now Mount Lofty, that's near you guys.
yeah,
That's
it's
up in.
a little bit closer to me. Like when we looked into where Stalsey and Becky are, they're kind of like in between states. You know, like I think there's an equivalent, like if they go different directions, they get almost the same time to get to We Mountain People or Strangle. You definitely are, you definitely are Strangle.
No, the reason why I asked where
Uh,
Mount Lofty is in to you because there's a guy on YouTube here that I follow, and
mm,
he's worked pretty well all his life here in the railways here in Queensland, and he's now moving down to Adelaide to Mount Lofty, and he's actually buying and building a house right next to the railway line at Mount Lofty Station, and yeah, a bit of a interesting character, and um, I just wondering where it is in relation to you guys.
yeah, I'd have to see. I know it'd be a few hours away. Adelaide to Mount Lofty. Oh, did you
Australia.
stars here? I would have never have guessed that.
So
You know,
JK,
I do act stupid, but I'm not quite as stupid as I come across sometimes. Sometimes it's kind of like a bit of a whatever, whatever.
so J,
What the hell? I reckon it's 23 minutes. What the hell? It's very close.
JKKJ, are you in Adelaide as well? Are you
I can
you're
almost
down
hear
that way?
the bongos, wherever bangos, bango, boogie.
Or you could hear the
Forest where
banjo,
I live.
probably banjos. I'd say it's banjos. Yeah.
Yeah, bloody mountain people, and their
Mm.
banjos and
Drilling jambos, yeah. Jambos. Oh, he's in Victoria. Oh, not that far off. Oh God, I got the
you
hiccups
know,
now.
that's it. It's just basically Mount Lofty.
I'm gonna go grab a
Uh,
coke. I'll be back.
he's about to go get some sniff sniff. He's going to do it off camera though, so no one can see him. If he comes back just full of he's energetic and full of energy, what's happened. It's getting warm in here though, and probably these ring lights that I'm sitting under. So yeah, everyone else tell us where you're from so we can look at your location and try and see if you've got anything good to gas. Yeah, yeah. Mark was just saying that someone he was asking me how close I am to. It's just the way the conversation bled into each other. You were talking about Gambia, and then I was saying that it's still like because he said we could all meet up. I was saying that you're not exactly just a small drive away, and then he was just asking about Mount Lofty. So it's just the way the conversation flew into each other. Yeah, we simple folk just anything with mount in front of it, we just think of it all as the same place, like just one big place, all the same. Like Australia is just one big, mountain with just different names on it.
Well,
Banjos, yeah, Banjo Kazooie.
um,
Well, here comes the old pirate with his encyclopedia knowledge. Australia is massive. It's never looked that big to me. When I look at a globe, like a globe about that size, and I just see, oh, there's Australia. Someone points to it. I'm like, it doesn't seem as big as you'd imagine. Kind of makes me wonder how we can all fit on just this small little area.
yeah. Well, Cody's multitasking there.
Watching the stream and smoking the bud. I mean, Crows versus Gold Coast game. Crows are shocking. Haven't they been shocking for the last 20 years? Oh, sorry, Cody, that's his team. I was born and grew up in Whyalla, South Australia. I've actually been to Whyalla. It's a very peaceful place. A lot of pot smoking goes on. Maybe it was just the people I was with. There was interesting folks though, definitely. No, there's a few stories that I could tell about Whyalla. There's definitely a few stories. Few funny bits and pieces. I'll tell one quick one. We was camping, so that's why we went there. And we were sort of on the side of the road. One thing when we rocked up, well, it wasn't the side of the road, but yeah, it was sort of near houses. But when we rocked up, there was this person. I went to do, what most men do, and shake the old snake, Jake the snake. I didn't do it sort of like where everyone could see. I was being inconspicuous about it, like any gentleman would, in the bush having a leak. And I noticed this house, and this old dude was like a double, triple story house, and this old guy was watching me. And then I couldn't go after I realised this old guy was watching me. So then I'm like, oh, people, we're like, oh, maybe we shouldn't be here. I didn't really want to go and speak to him because I was freaked out, thinking he's probably going to kill me in the middle of the night. So friends went up and after a while I had the courage and zipped away Jake the snake and went up with them, and we asked him if we're allowed to be here, or is it private property, whatever. And he said no, it's all good. So then we had a good night, and we acted like fools, like a bunch of plonkers do when they're young and camping. And then this random dude rocked up. Oh, there was a random goat that was tied up. We never found out whose goat it was. It was just tied up near us. And yeah, this dude rocked up with this little dog, and we're like, oh yeah, we've had a few drinks, a few tins, and we're being jovial. And he joined us, and he was sitting there telling us stories, but he didn't realize that he was. We didn't realize either at first. And then we started. Then we realized and had a good chuckle when he got angry. But he sat down, and one of the pieces of branch, like a log that was on the fire, was like tipping out, and he didn't realize he was sitting down and it was like on his nuts. And I guess because it was slowly burning, like the ambers and stuff, it took him a while, or maybe because he was drunk, it took him a while to realize because he was sitting there telling us stories for a while. all of a sudden he jumped up really angry, shouted, and we're like, oh yeah, it's about to kick off. What's this guy getting up to? It's because he sat down on a branch that was on in the fire, but kind of in the fire, hanging out, and he was like, my nuts are on fire, and started slapping himself in the genital area. And then all of a sudden he went one way, the dog went the other way, and we're just like, what the hell happened? And like, was that his dog? And why didn't he take his dog with him? And it was like, I've seen like, UFOs and stuff, and I'd say that's probably more of a strange story than seeing like, a flying saucer. Like,
Mm.
hey, was that guy an alien, or was what happened to the goat? Why was he with a dog, and then all of a sudden, like him and the dog went separate ways. It was just like stuff out of a film where it just seems so unbelievable, and but like it happens. So yeah, I guess the long of the short is YL is a lovely place with some very strange individuals. No offense, man, Pete.
I'm
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
sure that I'm sure there's plenty of strange individuals all around this wonderful wide world of
mm.
ours.
Well, there was some lovely people, and even the slightly strange people was a little bit they were lovely as well, but just lovely in a very strange, unique way. Mm. And I remember it was weird because with the people that we went to see, they were a friend's family. They had like an old lady there, the dude's his uncle or whatever, old lady, and then a little kid. And for some reason, they were just passing like the little kid went and got a bong for the bloke. I'm just like, I'm not used to this stuff. Like, there's a little kid, and he just went to get the bong and just standing there, and the guy's like the bloke smoking a bong, but the kid's there. I'm just like, we were quite young, like 16, sort of something like that at the time, maybe a little bit older, and I'm just like, this isn't like normal for Adelaide people. For like people up this way, we don't just sit around smoking bongs in front of kids. So, yeah, just those. I guess they're equivalent of mountain people. They're a different kind of breed out there. But, uh,
Well,
built different.
built different, yeah. Think different. Maybe it's
Yeah,
something in the water.
yeah. They lived near the river, so the river's nearby.
Isn't the river nearby Mrs. Austin and her family?
Yeah, there's river people. There's the mountain people, the river people, whatever what the hell I am, the hypersapien people.
No, Peter, we're not calling you a redneck, mate. We're just
Right.
two crazy people, sitting here chatting about all sorts of silly things.
Yeah, that's
And
it. You can't take me very seriously, Peter, because yeah, I had a lovely time when I've gone to Whyalla and stuff. But yeah, there's lots of stories involved. That was just one story of many. So yeah, it's an interesting place, but I have thoroughly enjoyed myself.
mm, one time, a mate of mine was on a trip somewhere, and
Or like drug
the
trip or just a traveling trip.
traveling trip. Yeah, I should specify what sort of trip. Anyway, yeah, he went around the corner of they ran out of fuel in one of the vehicles or something like that, and they were looking for. Um, the way he described it, they were looking for a bit of garden hose or something, and he just called it siphon hose to siphon petrol out of one drum to another. And
Yeah,
he said he came around the corner of this house and or wherever it was, and there was these people there all sitting around. Ooh, coke's working, excuse me. And he said to this one guy, "You got any siphon hose?" And the guy saw, "Oh, siphon hose, siphon, oh, siphon hose," and he opens up this bag. It was full of green leafy stuff. Apparently that were siphoning, but that wasn't the type of siphon hose he was looking for.
Yeah, this may or may not be a real story, and the people involved may or may not be me. And but yeah, they're going to different parties, and you're creating a device to smoke certain herbal medicines out of. And all of a sudden, you find yourself a bottle, and it's like, oh, what are you going to use as the hose? So then you look around, and you're at some random party, but it's a party of a friend of a friend of a friend, and you all of a sudden you're like, yeah, they have a garden hose, and someone pulls out some sort of device to cut it up, and you're all a little bit, a little bit drunk or whatever, and you create a device from just stuff that you find around the house, and then all of a sudden you go and have a good time.
Yeah. Or
Yeah,
well,
Brad's right. Concrete people.
concrete people. Yeah. It's amazing how ingenious we humans can be when we really want to make something.
Yeah, I feel like we was going back to our, primitive stage, like, we became apes again, like, just getting twigs and rocks and making something out of it. So yeah, the old JKKJ saying, oh, I may or may not be having a few cones right now. And a Southern Comfort with cola.
Well,
Well, here we
whatever.
go. Bloody Brad's getting a little bit out of control. Bush people, sand people, brick
People.
people, jungle people, and politicians.
There you go. I think we've got all the bases covered. See, we don't discriminate.
Yeah, that's it. They're all welcome here, even people from Whyalla. uh,
And the mountain people.
yeah, that's it. Bloody Stylesy and Becky. Mm.
Mm.
Like I'd imagine them basically being like fish or whatever. They probably have gills to be able to breathe in the mountain air. Their neck starts pulsating. The old mountain people. For some reason, when I said mountain people, it reminded me of Hills Have Eyes. Have you seen those films?
No,
They're like,
no.
yeah, it's because I'm into weird horror films, but yeah, they're like mutated people that live in the hills, and some random, unexpected, normally dumb teenagers that like you kind of want them to die, but also you don't want them to die because you don't really want her, like them to have poor, them to have to be whatever with these weird, yeah, hills have eyes though. They're just these mutated looking people. Yeah,
Well, what
so
was
the mountain people now. I'm just imagining Paul as like one of them.
there was a movie I watched. I've seen a couple of horror movies, or at least one. I just forget what it was called. But it was to me, it was just so funny. I laughed all the way through it, and
I
you
never
could
heard.
actually predict what was going to happen. I just can't remember the bloody name of it. It was that stupid. Um, oh, of course, back in the day, the one to watch was Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. Have you ever seen that?
I have actually. I've tried to watch it recently, and it's just so like bad, but it is still funny. Like just basically a tomato would just jump at someone, and all of a sudden they're oh, that tomato
What
got me. And
or,
yeah, as a
or
kid, I absolutely loved that. Like I don't know, I had a weird imagination as a kid, and just stuff like that really entertained me. Even
yeah,
Attack of the Killer Tomatoes is brilliant.
there's the one thing. There was that African American actor, and where they're all sitting around, and he says, "Pass us the ketchup," and and it's like he just blew his cover, sort of thing. I should go back and watch that. Um,
Yeah, it's very cheesy and corny, but it does have its charm. Like you can tell they had a very low budget when they done it. But yeah, it's so bad that it just makes you laugh. So it's like, is this a comedy or is it a horror? Or,
now, Peter, maybe Peter's had a bit too much to drink. Mountain, he thought you said mounting people. Well, we're not mounting
yeah,
anyone.
now you have to go watch the naked vlogger for that sort of conversation.
Yeah, yeah, different YouTube channel for that.
Yeah, yeah. Is someone from Whyalla? Don't those guys read horse races? I don't know. I don't really remember seeing many horses around. Maybe seahorses. Hills Have Eyes was messed up. It weren't me. And so he's making sure that he's covering his tracks there. Brad put him on the spot. I call it civil engineering to fabricate Kate, rather, emergency lung capacitator used to deliver drugs. Bloody hell. Brad the scientist.
Yeah, Brad's got his finger on the
Smoking,
pulse.
smoking his medicine.
The other the other movie I've watched, it was just sort of a, I don't think it was a horror, it was a waste of a movie as far as I was concerned, but it's one of those movies that's got those really big name Hollywood actors, and it was set way back when they first started finding oil, and it was called There Will Be Blood. Um, just
Okay.
just just a slow movie that, you'd wait 2.5 hours or whatever it was. It was just a bloody waste, and there was no real point
Yeah,
to it.
hate stuff
Just
like that, and you're always in the back of your mind. It's like, yeah, it's gonna go somewhere eventually. Like it'll get good. It'll get good, and then it ends, and you're like, what the hell just happened? Like, where was the good bit?
oh god, there we go. wasn't as wasn't as loud as what I thought it would be, but it works.
Uh,
Good old Coke,
I
it
thought
works.
I thought you was on mute for a second because no sound was coming out, and then when you started speaking, I'm like, yeah, that was the body action was there, but the sound wasn't.
I think I think it
We're
might
doing the
be
mime.
yeah. I don't know. It seems a bit delayed, but no, not miming at all. I wouldn't know how to mime. Oh, crazy.
No, I'm just gonna
That's
pull
it.
something in from the side here
Yeah, yeah. Um,
with
with
headphones.
headphones.
No, no, sounds like Peter heard it loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
I do have headphones on as well, but yeah, I don't know. There must have been a bit of a delay or a connection loss for me.
Well, maybe it came across better on their end than our end.
Yeah,
Mm.
you know what they
Can
say:
we
better out than in, or better on their end than my end,
mhm.
whatever
can
the
we
saying is.
blame it on Elon Musk? I'm sure the media can, or some of the media can.
Yeah, he pretty much is the. It's either him or Putin, isn't it? These days,
Mm,
there's,
mm.
someone
It-
drops a sandwich on the floor and they blame one of them. Oh, damn you, Elon!
yeah, yeah. There was,
A sandwich.
I think it was on Twitter. Uh,
I'm not openly rejects the cum, but he has never caught on. The cum.
what the
That's a bit
hell
of a
does that mean,
bad
Brad?
typo.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, as we said before, you have to go watch the naked vlogger for that stuff. That's a bad typo. Yeah. And me being stupid as I am, I read it out even though I knew what you meant.
You
It
didn't
just
even
sounded
you
even
didn't
worse.
even highlight it.
Yeah. Oh, here we go, everyone. Just for the audience who's not knowing what the hell's going on. The whole
One
thing
of
just
the
popped back in and was wondering what's going on. That's all right. We're talking about killer tomatoes, and apparently Brad is talking about people rejecting cum will be the prez for 30 years. Yeah, I'm
Ooh,
surprised good old Elon hasn't tried to become a president or something, but he's like South African, isn't he? He's not.
Elon. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's South African.
but he lives in America, doesn't he? Or
Yeah, yeah. Well, is he actually living in America, or is he just always flying around somewhere?
Yeah, I imagine him in like this little, like drone, and he just flies around up to his satellites and fixes
Yeah,
them and goes to Mars and then comes back and you know, drives a Tesla or whatever he gets up to.
jumps in his jumps in his rocket and whizzes
Yeah,
around the place.
didn't Elton John make a song about him or something as well?
Rocket Man, yeah,
Yeah, wasn't that about Elon? Not a horror Velociraptor. Is it? Oh, Pasta is kind of pasta. It's kind of a really sad movie, but last time I watched it, I smiled and giggled more than I face palmed in the first viewing. Born in South
yeah.
Africa, but he has US citizenship. There you go. Elon is more powerful than many nations combined. I don't know. I'm sure he'd still take a slap to the face like any man. You know?
There was where was it? Where was it? I can't find it now. Should have bookmarked it.
Wasn't he
Um,
saying he wanted to buy Disney as well? The old Musk.
yeah, yeah. Uh, he probably could. I'm sure. I'm sure he'd have enough money or backers to go and buy it because
Yeah, that's it.
it's funny how when he said in that interview, um, that person asked him a question about that's
Oh
right,
yeah, like
Disney
fuck off
wanted to
or whatever
buy,
he said.
yeah, and he turned around and he said he can go fuck himself, or fuck themselves or whatever he said, and he didn't just say it once because the guy
Yeah,
with Tommy said it twice, and it
yeah.
really, I think it affected their stock price a little bit or something like that, but yeah,
Oh, it's like even people watching this right now. I probably lost a few subs because of some of the random stuff I've said. But that happens. You lose a few, gain a few.
yeah.
I'm
Um,
sure.
like I haven't been. Oh god, that coke's still working well. Um, I haven't been doing. I've been doing bugger all really. Just the streams with you, a couple of test streams that you've seen me do. I'm up to 481 subscribers now. I'm just not trying. I'm not buying. Um,
Oh, you
I
you
don't
mean
even.
you mean
I
you're
don't.
not going to channels and begging for subs?
No,
Shout
no, I
out,
don't.
shout out
No.
to shout out to Robert Carlin for his sub collecting. And just to answer Peter there of course there's going to be a turkey slap. Would be the only slaps that Elon would appreciate.
Yeah. Um, the talking about Elon, it's pretty interesting. I watch. Look, I've said this before. I watch too much YouTube. I really do. But there's enough money to buy 20-piece nugget meal from Macca's in Australia. Well,
Yeah, he'd probably even get two if he budgeted.
speaking of that, uh, I watch this father and son. They um, have a YouTube channel called Tesla Time News, and they talk about like they've done over 200 episodes or more than that. Um, um, and they talk about things to do with Tesla and Elon. And where am I going with this? Oh, that's right. And there was these lawyers used one of the investors from Tesla. He owns about 7 shares or 9 shares or whatever it is, and they used him as a plaintiff to make a litigation against Elon that he was getting paid too much in that salary package that they voted for him, and
Okay.
and the way it was going to work out was that these lawyers, because they were going to do a class action, were going to be earning more money than what Elon's salary package was. It was just absolutely crazy, and it's like,
How much they're jealous of how much he's earning. So it's like we will lower his pay and we will increase ours to more than
yeah,
he gets.
yeah.
And
It was
it's like
is
some
it?
sort of crazy magic trick, like we'll have more and he'll have less,
Yes,
and
yes,
everyone will agree to this.
yes. It was absolutely crazy. I'll see if I can find the clip and we'll play it because they explain it so well.
And just in case anyone didn't notice, we're getting into news of the week now. We're talking about news of the week, or sometimes this video is probably like older than a week, so just we'll pretend it was this week.
Probably should find it on YouTube actually. Be
Oh,
quicker.
one thing that was happening this week, did you see that bloody everyone talking about that the royal family Photoshop?
Yeah.
How
Um,
that got ridiculous. I was just seeing all these different memes of just this craziness, like, oh, this isn't photoshopped, and obviously people were just having a right old joke about it.
there was
That was just,
there was oh, I saw so many of them. It wasn't funny. There was ones with the Adams family, and then there was I think Barnaby Joyce made it into one of them, and there was so many. It wasn't funny.
there's a lot of conspiracy theories, or as we like to say around here, cheese-spiracy. Shout out to
Cheese.
Dogface. He said he was going to join us tonight. He's probably out eating some chum with some friends, some
Yeah.
pal, some chum, eating some pal with his chums. But yeah, like a lot of people, some people are claiming that she's obviously sick, dead, or whatever. Like people get into their conspiracies and they get into like why stuff's happening, and especially when it comes to the royal family, who knows what those lizard men are doing? Those lizard people,
Who
they're
knows?
crazy. They're a crazy bunch. They make the Adams family look normal, so yeah, they make the Adams family look like the Brady Bunch. Mm. Nothing better to report on, I suppose, is an edited picture, for goodness sake. Cody's getting fired up about it. If he was up here, I'm sure he'd be shaking his fist at everyone. Turkey slap of the week. No, we do that on our OnlyFans, Brad, not on YouTube. I did drop the link as well if anyone does want to join us tonight, even though I'm having a good old time anyway, just talking about Whyalla or whatever, mountain people. But yeah, there's the old restream invite if you want to click it. I'm sure there's a few lurkers that will probably try and infiltrate us. Yeah,
Even when I was doing, sorry, when I was doing that test the other day, and I put the link up, I had a few people flash in, and then they were gone within a few seconds. They didn't even hang around. It was crazy.
yeah, yeah, they'd be those funny buggers that have for some reason have been following from channel to channel and they lurk, and it's probably those naked aliens is what I'm guessing. Or either that or probably Benji. Benji's the type of twat to do something like that.
Look, I mean, I don't care. I'm happy to. If people want to come on, I'm happy to have them on. Just be respectful. It's that simple. you know.
Here we go. Brad's getting really into it now. What's some cheese recipes we know of for cheese conspiracy? Cheesy nuggets, cheesy mash,
Oh,
bacon dip. I don't know how the bacon dip got into there. He
well,
was just talking about cheese so much. He says, "Oh, bacon would be nice with a bit of cheese,
well,
cheesy
it
bacon,
doesn't everything go with bacon or
and cheese and
bacon make?
bacon rolls."
Yeah, yeah.
Funny enough, I haven't had a cheese and bacon roll in forever, but I used to
Mm.
love going to the bakery and getting a fresh one that they baked that morning.
The
Really good
old
stuff.
the old cheese dip is a good one. You know, where you get the
Mm.
sort of round loaf of bread and you hollow it out and you put a bunch of
Yeah,
cheese in there and put it in the oven for whatever 30 minutes and it's all. And then the bits you cut out you use to dip in there and eat
yeah.
away.
Being British, I love my cheese and pickle sandwiches. Like not pickles as in gherkins, pickles as in Branston pickles or Piccalilli. Like it's kind of like a chutney. It's similar to chutneys, but the old English love that. It's Piccalilli, vinegary, pickly stuff.
That's it. The old cob
Pickle my,
loaf. Thanks, Brad. Appreciate it.
yeah, why don't you get up here, Brad? I'm sure you've got a few rants in you. A few rants for us.
Yeah, Brad, you can come
We-
in and join us. We've seen you do a few live streams and a few tests, so you can come in and have your say.
But yeah, maybe that's a bad idea if he's going to talk about turkey slap of the week. There you go.
Weekly. So what are we doing? Weekly roundup? Or are we talking about Elon? If we talk about Elon or Tesla, our channel will go up. We'll get more subs. There we
Yeah,
go.
maybe we have to go around and drop some super chats and tell people that we're disabled or whatever we have to say. Whatever it is. Whatever it is that's being
He,
said.
he,
I have low
he's got.
battery and I'm moving around the joint.
Oh, bugger.
He's probably smoking a big ass joint, walking around, pacing with it, moving around the joint. Like it's a smudge stick, getting rid of all those evil spirits.
That's it. Sage, Mary Jane,
Mm,
tobacco. What's the
sage,
difference?
sage.
Sage.
Oh,
Here's
here he is,
Becky.
the man of the moment. How are you
Welcome.
there, Mr. Fish? Becky's Fish? We gave you a bit of a shout out earlier on. We don't really expect you to, watch the whole stream to find your shout out, but yeah, I'll have a bong. Is there a link? Yeah, you're on the wrong channel there, Peter. To be on Funkin' Hungry to get links around here. So maybe if you drop a super chat or do I drop one for him to sub? I don't know how it works. Someone drops a couple of bucks and I'm sure Mark could probably share you the link though. Get Peter on.
Well, the
Get him
host
on
is
what? The host with the most. Mark
Four
might be
broken
able to.
bones. Jeez, how did you do that?
Yeah, that's what I asked him when he said,
I mean, I broke my ankle. I broke all three bones in my right ankle, what they call a trimalleolar. Sounds like
oh,
something out of Harry Potter, but it's not. I can tell you now. The wand didn't come out and put my ankle back together. And
well, the turkey slap didn't come out either.
no. One minute I was one minute I was standing, and next thing I was on the ground, flat on my back, going, "What the hell happened?" There you go, G. Get an actual person from actual Wyola on. That'd be like an exclusive.
Yeah, that is true. We could interviews on like, ask them about why people sit on sticks on fire and why there's random goats tied to trees, and
I'm sure that's not the only place that it's happened. Oh, I think we got a bit of a dreaming session. Yeah. Our girl's up; she's up on the couch, and yeah,
was she having
I
a
think she,
dog there?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Soul, because Soul's bed is like against the wall, so sometimes I'm sitting there. I'm used to it now, but at first I used to hear like scratching on the wall. I'm like, what the hell is that? But it's because he's dreaming and his legs
Yeah,
are
yeah,
clicking against the wall.
yeah. It's funny when they do that.
Yeah. Sometimes like they growl and stuff in their sleep, obviously if they're having a go at someone, like
Mm.
or sometimes they're galloping around there. You can just imagine they're probably dreaming, running around doing silly stuff. Yeah, this is great.
A bit like we do in our dreams.
Oh, it sounds like Peter's game, and he's even got dressed.
Oh my god!
Got dressed for the occasion.
Well, that's the first
And
time.
here we have Becky's story adventures. Well, in November, I woke up sore as hell, so maybe since then, and probs made it worse working the whole time. Yeah, but if it was since November, wouldn't it have started to heal by then? I don't know. I guess I'm not a boneologist or whatever you call them. The only bone I know about is back when I was 14. And, I used to be able to do a magic trick with my bone.
I
A lot
think
of
we
times
all
the
did.
magic trick a lot of times the magic trick, used to go off without me even trying. The most awkward situation. Oh, come up and do this. Come up and write on the board, will you? Oh, give me a couple of minutes for my tent to go down. I need to unpack my tent. My dog wanted to go straight to bed for some reason tonight. Um, must have caught a glimpse of bloody Robbo the vlogger. Don't scare anyone to sleep. I am glad Peter. See, Peter got dressed to join. Yes, I watched him. Why is Brad watching him get dressed? My husky.
I
We don't
don't.
even need to do much. We can just talk about these crazy comments. The
I,
show's set.
I don't
My
think.
husky has crazy dreams, barking at shit in her sleep.
I know. I know Peter from Emma, from Emma's small machine shop. He's usually
Yeah.
in the chat when Emma does her thing on a Wednesday night. Um, um,
Hmm.
I'm sure I must be following Peter's channel. Peter, put your channel in the chat, mate. If just to make sure we're all following.
Yeah, I guess that's true, Becky. But yeah, all the best, and hopefully you figure it out and get it sorted because that sounds
Yeah,
pretty shit.
yeah.
Oh, well,
It's no good.
Styles is saying that's a funny stream tonight. What have we been doing for the last year and a half or whatever? Like we build up to this is the moment. This is our moment. We build up to this.
Hey, we got to
Uh,
congratulate ourselves now. We've gone over the 2 hour mark.
yeah, it's almost TikTok time.
Yeah,
Time to stare
almost.
at
It's
time to grunt at the screen almost. Probably combed his hair back and everything. Not a nice name to call the missus. Always in her streams. I don't know if that was meant to be dirty, but it kind of did sound always in her streams. He is from the river. He is one of those river folk, so it's probably a river related joke. 2 hours feels like 22.
yeah.
Is that, or is that bad? According to Stylesy, it's a funny stream tonight. Only just joined, so the 3 hours starts again. Sorry, guys. Sorry, we have to end the stream and restart for Becky.
I'm. That's right. Actually, I didn't catch it today, but Sid Squad was doing a live stream from Gold Coast Airport.
I did. I didn't real. Well, I went because someone gave me a gifted me a membership. Sometimes I'll go on and just say hello or whatever. Most of the time, when they've got so many people, the chat's going so fast. If you catch it at the beginning, you can sort of most people do what they always do when Funkin' Hungry's around, ignore me because the awkward name, and they probably get feel uncomfortable,
No,
especially when certain people try to say the name.
I did actually hear them call you out one night. I think I just logged on and they did call your
Something
name
about
out.
Tim Tams because they had Krispy Kremes, but sometimes by the time they catch up to the chat or whatever, it's like ages later, so they get confused to what the hell you're on about.
Yeah,
Yeah, that they definitely don't really know how to say "funkin' hungry." Like that the first word they kind of like rush through it a bit, or I think they call me pumpkin or something. But yeah,
Um,
it is.
so you got gifted a membership,
Yeah,
did
I
you?
remember. Yeah, someone just gave out like a bunch of them, and I
Yeah,
just happened to be a silly plonker there and grabbed it. Like
yeah.
it just got gifted to me.
Because I've seen that happen quite a few times, and um, there's different people who do it. So what does that
Mm.
give you? How long is it active for?
4 weeks, so yeah, it's the 4 week. It's kind of like the people that are members on Funkin' Hungry. It rotates every 4 weeks. It just gives me pretty much emojis, and they do member live streams only
Yep.
sometimes. But obviously, really, I kind of jumped on it because you mentioned a certain person was popping up on it, which was kind of interesting. And yeah, I've jumped on it a couple of times. So it is kind of interesting, but yeah, it's not obviously something I'm very, very passionate about or that I will watch all the time.
No,
But
no, and
it is
it's
still cool. Like
yeah,
I mentioned before, it's really nice when they're on the beach and you can see like Sydney or whatever behind them, and
mm,
you see the beach, and they sometimes have some really cool views. The old Brad with his turkey slapping, saying he's gifted in other ways.
yeah.
Yeah,
No, I just
Cody.
sorry.
Yeah, no, go for it.
No, I just wondered how it worked and how much of a membership it is and what level, and
Yeah,
it's probably just all the basic stuff.
and when it runs out, like if someone's gifted it to me, I can then choose if I want to obviously pay or whatever to continue it.
Mm.
If I just don't do anything, it will just run out. Yeah, the old Aussie Alistair is saying it's a funny stream talking about pitching tents, magic phones, the usual stuff.
Well, I'm glad we can make a few people laugh tonight.
Yeah, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm not always going to watch Sid Squad, but I do find it entertaining, and
Mm,
I think that's probably the difference between um, some of the other plane spotting channels out there. Like there's up here in Brisbane, there's two groups. There's Only Planes, funny name, and
mm,
there's another one that's more recent, and that's a lady, and that's Julia Flights. And there's also guys in Adelaide, Melbourne. I don't know if there's any in Western Australia or Northern Territory, but obviously, I suppose Sydney's a very major hub, so there's a lot of
yeah,
flights in and out. But the guy who mainly does it for Sid Squad is a guy named Kurt. Now, there is a few other people who do it, but when he's behind the microphone, um, he's um, he's pretty well on the ball. He's easy to understand. He explains a lot of stuff, all that sort of thing, and it's just entertaining. And yeah, don't always watch it. Like I'm sure that not everyone watches our live streams all the time, but it's great when they do.
Besides,
Um,
besides Elon Musk,
yeah,
he's
yeah,
a huge
we,
fan of our streams.
yeah. I'm sure we could get him on a live stream here one time because he's always on Twitter. So we'll just
Yeah,
pop over. We
we
should.
just have to
What
start
we?
streaming on Twitter
Yeah,
and he'll come
yeah,
in and just star for us.
exactly. And we'll hashtag him and get him to come in. Yeah, yeah. Reach out. I'm sure we know. I'm sure we've got connections. Not. But no, the guys at Sid Squad. If you got nothing better to do, it is interesting to go and watch because they talk about the planes and they talk about they watch the planes take off or land or whatever, and they've got a few people who actually work at the airport will come and sometimes once their shift is finished they'll come and be on camera. Um,
Yeah,
it's good to see. It's great interaction, and their live streams like they've got anywhere up to 1,500 people watching it at a live stream. It's crazy.
I think one time it was like 2K and they just reached like 100,000
Yeah,
subs the other day. They have a huge following, and obviously people all over the globe are interested in watching. The other day, some dude rocked up with some Krispy Kremes for them. Have you guys been following what Boeing whistleblower?
I think that's Boeing. There's been some problems with some Boeing planes, and there's
Oh, okay.
stuff coming out about it. No, haven't really been watching. I have know of it. Um, there's probably some good channels out there. One guy I watch, he's a Boeing 777 pilot, and he often flies into Sydney from time to time. Um, his name is Juan Brown. Yeah, and he's an American guy, and he runs a channel called Blanco Lirio. He has a light plane himself, and he does a lot of. He talks about a lot of the safety aspects
Mm,
to do with planes and plane crashes. Really, once again, really interesting channel because he's a pilot. He knows what he's talking about. He goes through and he talks about various things that if pilots don't do things, when things go wrong, and all that sort of stuff. And it's a good all round channel actually. Once again, I don't watch all of his content but from time to
oh no,
time.
look out.
Yeah, look out. Lee is back in the house. I hope everything went well, Lee.
Yeah, that's just, yeah, because I'm just sitting around, mate, and being a plonker, eating food, editing videos. A lot of times I just don't get the time to,
Oh, hey,
do
hang on. No, no,
do
no, no, no.
do.
You forgot that you drink tea. Did you forget about that?
No, it's gone now. It's
Oh, yeah. Yeah, mine's
the
empty
the
too.
the
Look
tea,
at that.
the tea bag's nice and cold and sitting there like a twat in the cup. Right,
Yeah,
no,
there
no.
it is.
Yeah, that's it.
Me
Yeah,
train
there you
cup.
go. Mm.
Yeah, it's me train.
That's what we should just change this live show to a couple of plonkers with a cup of tea.
Might as well.
Mm.
Might as well.
Tea,
Tea
tea,
tea
tea
time.
and plonkers.
Yeah, tea and blankets or tea time with Mark and G. There you go.
Mm.
Tea time with Mark and G. Yeah.
And I know the good old English, they call dinner tea for some reason, and then they call their lunch dinner normally. That was like we were saying before, how confusing the English language is. So no wonder if you're from Asia or India, or they're like, how the hell am I meant to learn this language when one country says the same word and it means like Fanny, like Fanny in Fanny means has two different meanings if you're British and if you're American.
Well,
Both of them are probably a little bit controversial, or a
yeah,
little tea time with plonkers.
bonkers.
Mm.
Well, we had many years ago. We had before Supernova.
Mm.
The conventions that we had here were run by I just forget their name. I think it was Star Trekkers Fan Club of Brisbane or whatever. Or Brisbane, whatever it was, and they had Jonathan Delancey out here. Now, Jonathan Delancey is Q from Star Trek Next Generation. And anyway, he was up there doing his thing. He says, "Oh, come on then, get up. Everyone get up there and rub each other on the fanny." And so of course, we're looking strange at him, and he picked up on it. And then the MC of the thing whispered in his ear and told him what fanny means here.
But either way, rubbing someone on the fanny on both back or front's a little bit strange.
Yeah.
But also then you have a fanny pack, so fanny bag, the fanny pack.
Yeah, but it was one of those, lost in
Yeah,
translation sort of things.
like I'll go
Yeah.
slap that woman on the fanny. Depends on what country. It's a little bit more controversial. Controversial. Can't even speak because I'm laughing. Controversial,
Well,
depending on what country you're in.
as Peter said, Fanny is your aunt. You're right. Yeah.
I don't know if I've got an aunt called Fanny. It was like
No, no,
sometimes I
seriously.
say, "Oh, Robert's your father's brother." I said that on a video the other day. Robert's your father's brother, and I'm like, "Well, he's not really," but the Fanny. I know. Paul's back. He's back.
I think.
You heard Fanny. He probably is walking around with his headphones on and quickly rushed back to his device to type that.
Well, he's probably thinking we're going to play some more Black Tape Project or something like that.
That's when you were saying that. That's what popped in my head. I'm like, oh, don't worry, Paul. I'm sure we'll be able to fit it in at some. Give us a little bit, and we might fire it up. Rubbing someone on the fanny is just good luck for both involved.
Yeah.
Like
Or
rubbing a magic lamp.
well,
Yeah, isn't that what Aladdin did? Didn't he rub a fanny and get a couple of wishes or something out of it? Bob's your uncle and Fanny's your aunt.
no,
Damn, I
Bob.
haven't slapped a Fanny.
No,
Or if you,
Bob's not my uncle. Bob's my dad. Sorry to spoil that for you.
spoiler, everyone. Just
Yeah. We just
the old dog face missed out on the stream tonight.
yeah. I wonder where he is. There must be something going on.
He must have gone to get more burger bites from Hungry Jack's.
Yeah.
He was saying they were quite tasty.
Well, don't forget there's a lot of for
Is that one of those scenarios like, oh, my aunt's stuck in the washing machine or whatever, or my aunt's stuck under the bed. I had to go and give her a hand.
well, don't forget there's a lot of ladies who used who would I can remember or know of ladies who are called gay, GAYE.
Yeah.
Yet a lot of them, when they say they're gay, as in, it does
Like,
get confusing.
like if you say, yeah, I had a lovely night the other night. I mean, I went out with a gay. I went out with gay.
That's it.
Gay.
That's it.
Yeah, even the Flintstones, they used to have a gay old time together.
That's why we had the Golden Gay Time.
Yeah. Well, someone did a review of the Golden Gay Time. It was, I don't know, cookies or something, and it's like, oh, I love myself a gay time. The mature person I was, I found that quite funny, and it was because if I was reviewing it, I'd probably make like silly jokes about it. But this person does make jokes, but in that actual moment, they were being quite serious, which was what made it more funny. So I had to do a
Didn't
comment like, "Oh, you like a gay time, do you?"
didn't they have a gay time in Sydney a few weeks back?
Yeah,
Last
we
weekend?
watched it, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
We had a gay
last
time with them. The chat had a gay time as well. The Flintstones, well, have a gay old time.
Oh,
We'll have
yeah,
a gay
I
old time,
do.
rather.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mm.
Mm,
Well,
that's it.
we run out of things to say now. We wrap it up.
Before we wrap it up, shall we give Paul a little bit of his view and pleasure, and then we'll.
No, no, I'm only joking. No, we can keep going, talk about crap all night. You know,
No,
I'll put my serious face on.
these people are tuning in. They need entertainment.
Taming,
It's
yeah.
time.
Well, we could always get Lee on here and let him go for a rant. He's always good for a rant, I'm sure.
Well, Peter wanted to come on, but unfortunately, they're all on your channel.
Yeah, I know. I've got
Unfortunately,
like
they're all fine.
seven watching. I can't believe it.
I've only got 4. No one likes bloody Funkin' Hungry anymore. Should change this
No.
up late with Mark and G, like G and like the small lowercase. Fred had a horrible time for most episodes, and everyone else was having a gay old time. Yeah, because Fred wasn't gay, was he? That's why he wasn't having a gay time. He had a missus. Yeah. I think a lot of those cavemen didn't have missus. You know, a lot of those people at his work and stuff.
Oh, Fred Flintstone. I think, thinking about it, I could be wrong here, but maybe Homer Simpson had a bit of Fred Flintstone in him. Always, I
Yeah,
don't.
it's like a formula. Family Guy did it as well.
Mm,
And even if you want to like include like Jetsons and stuff, there's normally like a bit of a twat of a dad than a hell hot missus that's like way too understanding and nice. Like,
yeah,
you know, like they're almost mildly abusive or just angry, the males most of the time. They normally have a daughter and a son, and then they either have a dog or, you know, like Brian. They had Santa's little helper. They had Dino. Yeah, everything's copied. Like, you know, everything is borrowed or whatever.
mm. You've watched Red Dwarf, haven't you?
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know, we've got classic foursome there. It's a bit like, you know, the person who's always copying most of the crap
Hmm.
was Rimmer, you know, because he was always one of these guys who was always trying to do the right thing, but it's the wrong thing.
The straight guy. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And then we
And I'm
got
not
someone,
talking about gay. I'm not talking about gay again.
yeah, yeah. And then you got
Oh,
someone like,
I used to love Cat. I don't know why. As a kid, I used to just think he was like just full of charisma.
yeah, and then someone like Dave Lister, you know, just
Yeah,
the bloody slob of
he's kind
all
of like
slobs.
Fry from Futurama.
Yes,
You know
yeah,
that's like not quite stupid, but yeah, just very laid back and has all those like good lines. And I love that episode where it had that blob alien, and they all saw the alien as like their perfect match.
yeah,
And then
yeah.
Cat, when it came to Cat, it was like himself because he's so egotistical and stuff. He's in love with himself, so it was like, and they would just had this hell good like banter between them both, like saying each
Mm.
other looked good and stuff. That was a great one.
That was, yeah, which, oh yeah, that some really good episodes. I really enjoy Red Dwarf. You know, it's
Yeah,
just,
I need to go back and watch them. I haven't watched them in quite a
mm,
few years. Is brilliant. They all work together so well. Well, Brad's getting a bit emotional here, talking about Fred Flintstone. Fred had social pressures, working long hours, and a hot missus that everyone in town was hitting on. Yeah, but then what's always great is the females in those cartoons or whatever. Even they've even done it in live action. You know, the female is always very loyal and stuff. Well, 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 look who is live. Yeah, like pretty much every weekend for the last year. But yeah, Married with Children is what was coming to mind. That is very much the same formula with, like the attractive missus, but she's very loyal, and then the dude is just like comes home from work grumpy as hell and doesn't kind of really appreciate what he has. Like
G, can you drop the link for Lee, please? Because I'm not in
I
charge of
can, but I
this.
think that I can, but I don't think that they're not hit on my stream, so they won't see it.
No, it
That's
should
why
come.
Peter was.
Well, I'll just put it in the private chat. I'll copy it over and pop it in mine. They should see it.
Because we can see it, but then when they go, they're on separate streams, so they can't see the stuff
Right.
I'm dropping.
So there's the that should be the link, Lee and Peter. If you want to come on in and have a chat, G the master will check
Yeah,
you
I'm
out.
the gatekeeper.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Might,
I'm the crypt keeper. I'm the crypt keeper.
yeah. It's interesting when you look at these some of these characters, when they played, who they played, who voiced them, and all that sort of thing. There's a lot of connections there.
Well, I forget her name. You might know, but I mentioned we had mentioned voice actors and actors going from back and forth, like Mark Hamill. But
Mm.
the woman that plays Leela in Futurama is the
Yes.
same woman from Married with Children or whatever it
Yep.
is, the show.
Yep.
But yeah,
Kate
she,
Segal.
she,
Kate,
she,
Katie Segal. Kate Segal. I'm sure that's her.
yeah, 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 it does there. That does sound like it.
Yeah.
She was in. I didn't really watch much of it. The Sons of Anarchy as well. Oh, who's this in the background? It's bloody one of the Blues Brothers. Should we bring them up or?
I can't see it.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Here we go. Who's
Oi,
this?
oi.
Oi, 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 oi.
Oi, oi, Savaloy.
Oi,
Oi, oi.
oh, beat you to it.
How's it going, lads? You all right?
Yeah, not bad, man. Not bad, not bad.
Good morning,
good.
Lee. How are you?
I'm all right, mate. You know me, cracking on. You know, taking my daughter to the hospital on my wife's birthday. You know, something I've always wanted to do.
There's the Mrs. Birthday, and he decided to watch a couple of plonkers with a couple of teas that are not even around
Well,
anymore.
I only came here because I had nothing better to do. You know.
That must be the reason we're here as well.
Hey, it's the same reason everybody comes to my show, mate. I mean, come on.
Let's be
real.
honest.
Let's be honest about this. Let's not push around the beat. Yeah. So what you want to talk about then? Life. Don't talk to me about life.
Life for Brian. Oh no, look out. We have someone else in the darkness. I'm guessing it's going to be someone that should be here.
Oh.
Well, I guess if they get naked, then we'll have to, quickly end the stream.
Yeah, anyway, where's Roger today then?
Oh, he had a hot date with
Really?
Lobster, I think
Did he
said
now?
it was. Yeah, I didn't really go into detail, but yeah, he let us know that he wasn't able to make it tonight. Yeah.
You know the rule, don't you, G?
Turn your camera on.
Yeah, that's it. Turn your camera on, otherwise we'll boot you out. You can't come on.
Well, I think that's fair.
When we say silly things like that, that sort of goes back to a person we used to stream with.
Surely you don't say silly things, Mark. I mean, you know, I clearly never ever do. You know, I'm always full of intelligence that I've got. I use my mind, my head, and my brain. You know, all the time.
All at once.
Yeah, honestly,
oh, no.
All three of them.
We just entered the black hole.
Yes.
Oh no!
It's the hole.
Who was the other guy? This is Lee G.
Yeah, I'm the original. I'm the original. You're the I mean, you know, you just foregone the whole first name part. It's just
I thought you said you're an Aboriginal at first. I'm like, this might be
That's
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
thought he said too.
yeah, because I mean, clearly I am. Clearly
Yeah,
I'm an indigenous Aussie. You know what I mean?
yeah,
I've been there thousands of
yeah.
years, mate. Thousands and thousands.
The skin color, the accent, you've got it all.
It's just so obvious, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, that's it. So you even said, mate,
I would have
very
thought it'd
Aussie
been
of you.
obvious to you the moment you saw me, mate. I wouldn't have thought you'd even question such a thing. Are you Miss? Are you?
You're going to play your didgeridoo for us?
Discriminating.
I think that actually sounds just as good as having a device.
Hang on.
I know one thing. I think didn't Brad say he was smoking out of a didgeridoo earlier on? Said something about
I've
his
actually
cruising
got a
around the
didgeridoo.
joint.
I lie not. Right, I have got a didgeridoo. It's broken though. It's got a crack down it, so it's no good to anybody. Right, hang on. Whoa, I can't even see. We can't see nothing. Excuse me. Hang on a minute, mate. Hang on. Let's put a bit of light on situation so you can see. Right,
Here we go.
up there. Oh, look, up there. Right, see that? That'd be a bloody didgeridoo. That do. Look at that.
Looks
See
like
it hidden up there?
Looks more like a didgeridoo.
Yeah, it's a didgeridoo runaway, mate, that one.
An Illuminous
Yeah.
one.
Look at that. I even set the camera back up where it was. Oh my God, I've got it going on. Where's my award? Give me the award. I want the award.
Looks like Donald
Do I get
Duck's
an Emmy for
Darth
this,
Vader
do I?
behind you.
Yeah, of course it is.
Darth Donald.
Wide view. Here we go. There you go.
Oh, there you go. Look at it. It's got all the angles and dangles.
He's got all the toys.
Now,
As you know, I've got the old smoke machine as well.
I used to have a smoke machine, but I stopped.
I haven't got.
smoking
I'm
pot,
not running
so-
the smoke machine right now because I'm not doing any music. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
I'm not
did
that
you hear
kind of
my
guy
lovely
today.
voice earlier on? You
Well,
got
I
to
heard
hear
your
me
lovely almost effort. A happy birthday to my
Mhm.
wife, and I appreciated that. Yeah, I did. I did even
No
say in the
worries.
chat, thanks very much for your almost attempt.
Yeah.
Your almost effort. Sorry.
Yeah, that's it. You can run, but you can't hide.
Indeed.
It's just old Murray on the glass pipe again.
Weren't you supposed to do
Alright.
some sort of a chip challenge with him?
He wants me to do it's the picture of his YouTube channel, which is On the Menu Cheese, which is a microwave cheeseburger, and he's been dying to see me review it.
That's right.
So yeah, I'll get round to reviewing it. It's been about 12 days since I said I'd do it, so it has been about a year. But then since I said I'd do it again, it's been 12 days. Because I said to him he has to do the hot spicy noodle challenge, which he did do. So the bargain was, or the agreement was that I'd do that and he'd do that. But
You know what you can do with your hot food, don't you?
put it in my mouth.
Stick it where it belongs, mate. Down the lavatory, mate, or anywhere else. Anywhere else where bad things go.
I thought you were going to wash it down with a lager.
Yeah. No, I don't do lager, mate. I'm a whiskey man.
Yeah, Lister likes his Vindaloo.
Yeah.
Real man's drink. A man's drink. Yo, men.
Yo.
I should dress up as Lister and do like a Vindaloo and a lager video.
You reckon?
Yeah, the old
You reckon
black,
that's the way forward,
old...
dear? Do you really think that'll do you any justice, dear?
Oh yeah, I act like a complete twat all the time, so yeah, people are used to it.
All right. You know, I mean, this is your choice, mate. Life's full of choices.
Yeah. You're trying to say not to do it. You're trying to talk me out of it.
Oh, I love it when people tell me not to do something. I love doing the opposite.
Is it because is it to dress up, or me dressing up or eating hot food you don't agree with? I've done a few hot meals on the channel, noodles and shit.
Yeah, I can't do hot food in the slightest. I have got a pussy's mouth. I am a super wimp. It's Thor over here. Look.
It's
Yeah,
not
Gimli
He's a
from Lord of the
Viking!
Rings. Well, it's a very lovely voice they have.
Oh yeah, it's
Can't get
exquisite,
a
isn't
wo-
it? Exquisite.
Can't
Can't
get
get
a
enough
word
of
in
that, mate.
edgewise now.
Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah, like you invite them up and they just won't shut up. Oh well, we'll put them backstage until they in the naughty corner until they
Well,
decide.
that's probably Peter going by his avatar. That's more
Yeah,
than likely.
We've
It's
got
a funny
someone
thing because
talking.
at the moment I'm playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Yeah. Was I tripping out, or did someone say that's me? Or was that Mark doing a different voice?
It is Peter.
Oh, I
Who's
heard that.
me?
I heard very, very quiet, but I heard it.
Yeah, Peter, you're a bit on the soft side, mate.
I'll turn
Yeah,
up
well,
the mic a bit.
sort of stuff.
Yeah, I cranked
Not
up,
used to that.
cranked up the audio, but it's still cutting in and out a bit.
If you've got
Yeah.
YouTube running in the back,
It's
turn
definitely
it
not
off.
what you would call good. Yeah, there's something going on right there that's nasty.
Mm.
The picture looks like it's staring me in the eyes, like Ghostbusters 2, the bloody painting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like that, but just staring at you. Like,
Vigo.
I'm just gonna let this. Yeah, that's the one. I'm just
Vigo
gonna
the Carpathian. Oh yeah, I see.
let this crying.
Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Come on, this has got to be louder than surely.
Oh, here we go. I can hear you now, mate.
it's getting better.
Okay,
Let's see if I can change my video.
Dylan Meg
Here we go.
is working very intensely to find you to force and on the menu on
Holy.
the menu over down your throat.
It's Sasquatch. Here he is.
Cousin It.
It, yeah, exactly. It wasn't fitted.
Yeah,
How are you, Peter?
finally. Dun-dun-dun-dun.
Look at him. He's got a proper mic and everything. He's got more of a studio mic than I've got.
Yeah,
There
G'day,
you go.
mate.
looks like all of you are like trying to flex your mics, like who has the biggest, who has the more.
It's the beard as well, mate. Look at the beard, mate. He's got a spear growing out of his chin.
There you go. You
It's
got
not
it
us,
close just
Peter.
for us.
Fine. Yeah.
Welcome one and all, and everyone, and Munchies Reviews. Murray, that's
There you go.
first
Oh,
I
now
thought
he's
Lee
ZZ
changed his
Top.
name.
Now he's ZZ
I
Top.
have to
Look,
take
there you
that
go.
on. Yeah.
I have many
Black
versions.
Flag was the best Assassin's Creed. Someone's
Yeah, I
about 10
don't-
minutes behind.
It might be his internet connection. Are you
Yeah.
on wireless by chance?
I am, yes.
Yeah, that's what.
Unfortunately,
That's what.
there's nothing much I can do about it either. I live in a carrot.
That's that. That'll be why then, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But I'm talking about you're using wireless, but you've got a modem, haven't you? That you connect the internet to, obviously. You can go from you should be able to go from a hard wire from that box to your device, unless you're on a phone.
My laptop
You're
doesn't have a network cable connection.
Right. Huh. All
It's
right.
just Wi-Fi
I'll
Yeah.
and
I'll
mobile.
mutt my shelf. I'll mutt my shelf.
Oh. Well, thanks for being here, Peter. It's great to have you here and have you on screen and actually meet you in person.
Had nothing better to do than watch YouTube and
Yeah,
Somebody
there you go.
said-
See, another time waster.
come
I
on.
told you
So I
this. Exactly. See, Nothing like wasting a bit of time, mate. I don't mind wasting my energy on some people. You know, some people are a little bit worth it.
Yeah.
I get it all the time, mate.
There's a lot of
People
YouTube
just
out there,
don't want
somebody
to
watch it.
waste time.
Are you Charmer Lee? I know you're talking about me.
I get all 6 people watching me as well. Don't worry about that, mate. And I do spectacular music as well, you know, obviously.
Look, you even got a proper sign in the background that says you're on air.
Yeah, exactly. I am professional. You know it, right? I am proper top notch.
Mark, you've lost all your people now. They're on screen now, so you've
Yeah.
dropped them now. Funkin' Hungry's in the lead now.
Oh, there you go. See, there you go.
Oh well, never mind.
You did have people in the chat, but you know,
This is what happens on the big channels too. So I'm not too worried.
oh, that's it, mate.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, you'll have a big channel when we get Elon on here, Mark. Well, you have thousands.
Yeah, and you know, obviously, once Alton actually realizes that I'm better than him, he's going to come on to argue that fact with me, isn't he? You know what I mean? He's going to,
yeah.
You know, and Bernie's going to drop him like a hot cake, and start writing songs for me. Clearly, you know, and why wouldn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, obviously, I'm
Elon Musk is
way
going to make
better than that guy.
Well, if we supply some cigars with a bit of Mary Jane in there, you know, I think you'll be right into it.
Yeah, well, you know, if you supply me with them same things, mate, I'll be right into it and all.
You can supply everyone if you want.
Yeah, just send me a lorry load, mate. You know, I'll be humble with it. You know.
Yeah, the Milky Bars are on Mark.
If you sent me a lorry load, mate, I'd start a bonfire in the back garden just so I could blaze out the neighbours. At least I'd get a smile now and then out of the miserable people.
Yeah, that's what that didgeridoo's for, isn't it? The
didgeridoo's definitely for pleasing people, mate. You know me, I like to please, and you know the kind of guy I am. I'd share that wealth of happiness.
Yeah, one puff of that, and you'll be gone for a week.
Just send me some edibles, mate. I'll be happy with that. You know, that's
You'll be passed about in the corner. You'll be sleeping in the corner. Sleep stream. We can have a sleep stream.
Hey, that's a good idea. I've never tried that. That's a good idea, actually. There's a new concept for a show. It's called the Sleep Show, and all you do when you come here is just everybody's just sleeping. Get more views than my show, I guarantee you, mate. You know, I mean, you know, you get these weed smoking shows that get more views than my show.
Some dude actually done that with that we knew. Like he did a stream, and then all of a sudden we saw him go to bed and just pull the covers up and go to sleep.
Yeah, I mean,
well,
you can't blame it.
You had one other bloke on this stream that fell asleep in front of the computer.
Well, what point was that?
Yeah,
I almost did that on Thursday night on my stream. Obviously I had Radio 1FA. Hang on. I had Radio 1FA back-to-back original tracks. It's a full point, mate, not off.
Well, the dude with the mouthy mouth is trying to get all Larry up in here now. Oh, well, I guess that's another 12. No, I guess that's another 12 days you have to wait for your on the menu bloody shitty microwave cheeseburger review. Actually, I said 12 days last time he spoke shit. So what's that? 24 days he has to wait now. Yeah, that's what you get.
Bloody hell, yeah. Jeez, nice compliment, eh?
Yeah, well, I am British, so you know we're known to have bad teeth. So. Yeah. I wouldn't be a normal Englishman if I didn't have fucked up teeth.
Hey, mate, my teeth are perfect. Lying, they're not even real.
Pearly whites.
I made them in a mould.
Yeah, you're perfect in every way for us.
Well, I am great. I mean, you don't have to tell me, mate, how great I am. I know.
I'll be back in a minute, but I will say, yeah, Murray's definitely on the crack pipe.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing wrong with a bit of crack here and there, mate.
We all need something to level out the voices.
Yeah. Calm it down, dude. There's too much going on up here. I needed to stop. Just now and then need to calm it down. Listen to the sound, the fabulous sound of the 60s. Do you remember that?
Wolfman Jack.
There you
Yep.
go. Well done. Yeah.
What
I like
Most of
music.
the
I like
time in my
music.
youth.
I do. A little bit.
was he aired here in Australia at all?
Don't know. Doubt
No.
it.
I did see a lot of stuff on TV. Though.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, Wolfman Jack, mate.
Lee, how's things going with you and Steve Stockton and the other channel?
Yeah, it's going all right, mate. From Beyond. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's all right. It's doing all right.
For whatever reason, I'm not getting. Maybe I am getting the notifications, but I miss them. So,
Well, maybe you need to retouch the bell up. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Give it a little feel up. Take it off and then put it back on again.
Are you doing it regularly at the same time?
Well, I do everything regularly, mate.
Ah,
I go to the lavatory regularly. I drink coffee regularly. I eat breakfast regularly. See, what was your dirty mind going on about, eh? I know where you went with that one, mate. Watch it.
Murray smokes glass pipes regularly.
Mm.
Everyone's regular.
I thought you're a lumberjack and you'd have buttered scones for tea.
I thought you were a lumberjack and you were all right.
On Wednesdays, you go shopping and go to the lavatory.
Yeah, I've never seen a tree that looks like a lav. It's a strange thing. It's like that money tree thing,
Yeah.
Maybe you need a few more edibles, and then there you go.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
Metal dog.
nowadays I could identify it as a money tree, couldn't I? And if you don't affirm me as a money tree, then I can get you cancelled. So be honest. Be honest with me. Just call me money bags, money tree. Affirm me now. Affirm me now. And the only way you can affirm me is by sending me money. There you go. So, and if you don't, obviously you're a bigot.
The old,
I am a tree. I'm branching out.
the old reverse psychology, eh?
Yeah, I don't know what you're on about, mate. Please explain.
Have you? That was a famous line by one of our politicians called Pauline Hanson. She was a redhead, and the media used to rat on her like you wouldn't believe, and that was her thing. Someone had asked her a question because she didn't know. She'd go, "Please explain," and they used to give her a hard time about that. But she was she was a working class girl. She owned a fish and chip shop.
Yeah, good girl. Good girl.
Mm.
Well done. She knew people. See, that's how politics should be, though. It shouldn't be these people that come up through fricking Eton. You know what I mean? Oh, I went to Eton. Now I'm a politician because obviously I was bred into it. And that's all I know. And of course, I know the people correctly. And you who work at the bottom, you bottom feeders, you know nothing. Obviously, we know everything and we know what's best for you. And, if you can't get along with £25 a week, I don't know what your problem is.
Okay, now we're back on bottom feeders.
Exactly, mate. Look, I scrape the bottom. I don't just feed off the bottom, mate. I scrape it clean. I lick that plate clean. I say
that's
embrace
not
it.
what
If that...
I was talking about.
Oh, right. The rear end bottom, eh?
Have it now.
That's all right. My tongue was firmly up their arse anyway, so it's fine, pompous bastards. Like I said, it used to be your local butcher and your local businessman that would be in politics and go and speak on behalf of the people because they knew the people. Whereas now, like I said, every single one of them is basically not our choice. And there's an illusion of choice, isn't there? You know what I mean? Choose this side because this side's righteous. No, choose this side because this side's righteous. No, they're all part of the same dirty, disgusting thing. You know, oligarchical. They want to rule you and own you. You know, you are but serfs. That's what you are. And
Go.
Go on,
Sorry,
say
Lee.
that again. No. I'm sorry, mate.
No, you're
You
right.
know me.
You're right.
I don't know when to shut
There's
up, mate.
there's a YouTube channel here called Honest Government Ads. Go watch it. It's Australian based. They chuck off at the UK. They chuck off at everyone. It's really well done. And what you're saying,
the UK and Australia
they do
are
it.
a joke.
Yeah,
We're all a joke. We're as bad almost as Canada now.
Yeah, what you're saying, they do it with satire, but and they also have a podcast too as well. But go have a look at some of these.
It's like the new thing with all the musicians used to be rebellious and like up the government and all that. Like now it's like you do as the government says because the government knows best what's for you and everything, right? Whereas I'm still of the age, F the government, F the rules, you know, and all the rest of it. Yeah, we need policing and stuff, but they shouldn't act like bloody the long arm of the government. You know what I mean? And now they're arresting people for misgendering someone because a bloke stood there as a bloke with a beard and clearly a cock, right? And stood in a dress. And if you don't call him a woman, you get arrested. What?
Well,
what are you on about?
Call me a woman if I was wearing a dress.
Well, even if I was wearing a dress, mate, you know, I mean, I look good in a dress. That's all I can say. You know?
That's why I'm on camera at the moment. I'm just putting my dress on for you.
Yeah. The bra is a bit of a get on, though, isn't it? I mean, you got to be a contortionist to get them bras on, mate, isn't you?
Yeah, fucking hell. They're hard to get on and hard to get off.
Yeah.
Not like Murray. He's easy to get off.
Yeah, I can get myself off. I mean, I can get the bra off quite easily.
You can get yourself off. I just maybe don't do it on stream. Maybe after I end the stream.
Oh no, that's too late, mate. That's already a done deal, mate. I mean, why do you think my hand's down here? Why do you think I only showed this now? You know, from there down, you don't know what I'm doing, do you?
If anyone's going to get it off, it'll be Roger. Once he's had a few in him, he'll get his shirt off.
Yeah. You wouldn't want me to take my shirt off, guys. I'd embarrass everybody. You know, obviously, I put everybody to shame with my rippling muscles and sheer manliness. You know.
Yeah, no. Roger the Pirate had a few under his belt one night, and he got his shirt.
What do you mean one night? What do you mean one night? Do you mean Roger was permanently hashed? And
sometimes me and Lee, like we just like one brain that controls us both on like one night. Bloody every time he's
what do you mean he lives like it, mate? He wakes up in the morning, mate, and he's still going from last night.
There was one night that he said he was on the Coca-Colas, and then about an hour into it, all of a sudden he's creeping to the fridge to get, a beer to lady or whatever he drinks. And
yeah. Gotta top it up, mate. Otherwise he straightens up too much and then he starts making sense, and nobody wants that.
Is Peter froze? Or was he just really good at?
No, he just sat there smiling, I think.
I think he is frozen.
The only one.
Yeah, he's ice. He's as cold as ice. I wouldn't start singing it. I wouldn't want to get you a copyright claim because you especially when you don't know the difference,
Peter, if you want to turn your video off, you can, mate. It's all good. It might improve your audio.
It might do because his laptop might be doing a lot trying to send the signal of both.
Yeah.
You're right. A lot of people who have trouble with the Wi-Fi do that.
Copyright, isn't it, when you're at school and you don't do your homework, so you copyright the person right next to you?
Yeah, see, now you've got the right idea. That's exactly how I saw copyright, mate. Is when you you sit next to you try and sit next to the most intelligent person in the class and nick everything they do. And then what you do is you try and ruin their homework for them or their work that they're doing, so that it doesn't seem like you've copied, but their work's trashed. So you're the only one that comes across as smart.
Yeah, you take the
There you
good
go.
bits and you leave out the shit bits, and then the teacher's like, "Oh fuck, this is even better than his."
Exactly, mate. Exactly. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah.
Is that a pipe in your tea there, Lee?
Yeah.
G? Or a
Yeah, I told
spoon?
you we're the same person. Like,
That's a
it's like
spoon.
it's like bloody Bill and Ted. He's from the future.
Oh, till in bed.
Yeah, hang on, it's like
Still in bed.
having a drinking a pipe at the same time. I have seen mugs that have like
See,
a pipe coming out where you can have like a smoke and a drink. What happened to Murray?
now that's not a cup. Now that's a cup.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
bloody
a
hell, I
cup.
need to get one
He,
of them. What is that?
He froze. That's a genuine first floor audio cup, which you can buy from his store.
It is. And I've got a link to it in my description of all my videos.
Yeah, that's all right. Just plug yourself away.
Yeah, do you mind, mate?
Well,
Actually, I'll put my link in the thing, and everybody can piss off from your channel and come over to mine where it's proper.
Well, you know, I don't give a shit. You can do what you want. You can drop your links. I think that when you first joined the first live stream, you dropped links and you told everyone to go and bloody sub to you.
Yeah, you got to, mate. You got to go around, mate, promoting yourself.
Yeah, you got to pimp yourself out.
You got to go onto other live streams, drop some money, and get people to come over to your stream.
Yeah, what does it say that you're disabled and you do videos and you put a few violin
Dropping links is
emojis
what
in
it's
there?
all about.
Well, that's the thing. See, what you got to do is I'm a very poor musician. Please give money.
Please,
Which I actually have. Right, the funny thing is, it looks like I've got loads, right? I've got an abundance here, right? But in actual fact, you have to understand this is built up over years. You know, I've been in music for 35 years, you know?
Oh, you do. Without blowing too much smoke up your ass because, but yeah, you do a good job.
No, don't do that,
Well,
mate, because obviously my head won't get out the freaking door. That's never a good thing.
Well, I was thinking in the same room, so I just imagine you've never left.
Hi, Fred.
Golly gee.
I mean, you're having a gay old time there.
Oh, I like to have a gay old time. Don't worry about that, darling.
Yeah.
Don't be bloody jealous.
That was actually a good
I
one.
want to know why they put on that stupid voice.
That's what I always wonder. It's like, I don't care what you're into or what you want to do, but
exactly.
you can tell there's a lot of brainwashing going on as well there, because they need to be, everyone.
There needs to be a certain way.
Everyone that doesn't
really
like this sort of stuff, tune off now.
It cracks me up, right? Us heterosexuals never really talk about that sort of thing. You know what I mean?
When you're born and you have, you develop your voice and your voice breaks or whatever, and all of a sudden, you go from sounding like a little bitch to sounding like a little bit like I am. I've never been a bitch.
Like a bloke, you mean? Like a man.
Yeah, but it's like, just how can you that's what I don't get. You're living like a fake identity or a fake life. If you have to talk a certain way, it's
not only that as well. They need validation for their sexuality, mate. I mean, what the fuck is that about? Validation.
It just takes some time.
Yeah, just
where's the
put
straight
back in the bracket where they belong, mate. Everybody like that. Freak.
Well, we need a straight pride parades or whatever they are. Well, I want to see plenty of titties. I want to see,
straight
vagina,
pride, mate. Straight pride.
Vagina spread out all over the place. It's just, you can't be proud to be a Caucasian individual.
Back in the day, you could understand why they were protesting, right? It's not a protest anymore because they've got their rights and freedoms and shit, right? Now it's just let's go out and show all the children our bits. You know what I mean?
Look at me. I'm acting. It's fine. I agree. People should be equal. It's stupid to ban or have laws against people marrying or whatever they want to do. But yeah, You know, like you said it perfectly. Like, you know, they don't have to hide anymore. It's accepted in society.
Exactly. You
And,
don't have to.
you know, like,
Everybody, and besides that, us more liberal-minded. I'm not talking about actual liberals, you know, right? I'm talking
mm,
liberal-minded. In other words, quite willing for everybody just to get on with their own life, mate. As long as it doesn't interfere with yours or encroach upon your existence, mate, it's fine. What people do behind closed doors, we don't give a shit. I don't care what someone does
it's like,
behind their own in their own house, but they don't need to. Like we don't. We don't go around shouting our mouth off about our sexuality and what we did with our wives last night or anything. But these weirdos seem to want you to validate every single sexual motion that they have in their head, you know, and every
mm,
fetish and every freakiness. Like, you know, the organophiles now pretend to be women so they can go into women's spaces and stuff like that. People don't realize that these people have just got a fetish. You know, they're just that when they open the floodgates to say anybody can identify as what they want, they've just opened the bloody floodgates to the freaks to actually come out of the woodwork and go and be perverts and weirdos. You know,
it's
stupid.
time to change the channel. It's like we're living in the Matrix. It's like, when's the next patch? When's the next DLC going to be installed? Because,
Yeah,
you know, this one's starting to get pretty fucking boring. So we need
yeah,
to move on from all the random shit that's going on. And, you know,
yeah, yeah,
they've had that time to do whatever they want. And, you know, it's time to move forward now. It's like, yeah, you know,
yeah.
you put on a squeaky voice. Let's get over it now.
Yeah,
Let's move
you've
on.
done your oh hello love, all right, darling. You know,
Yeah, that's it.
yeah, yeah.
But
It just cracks me up. I think we should go around saying, yeah, every time we walk into someone, yeah, I'm a man, I
I
like women.
remember, I
Yeah,
remember, I remember someone got triggered and deleted me because I shared just a funny meme, and it was like just basically saying how people are programmed, because if they
yeah,
want to be gay or, you know, part of the LGBT and stuff, they have to be a certain way. And I just
yeah.
said, I shared the meme, but also I said, you know, like there's a bit of brainwashing and programming going on, and someone just
What you did was
unfriended me and went off.
you triggered the fight or flight syndrome, right? Because if they're not validated, you're an enemy, right? So, you know, if you're not telling them how stunning and brave they are for coming out of their closet, you know what I mean, or for shouting about you know, 200 days of womanhood, the Dylan Mulvaney
Mm.
weirdo. You know what I mean? If you're not doing that shit, then you're a bigot or you're a phobist. I ain't phobist, mate. I ain't scared of one of those blokes who dresses up in a dress, mate. Smash them down. Do you know what I mean?
It's like if apocalypse happened, it's like would they carry on doing their weird little voices, and would they carry on like
No, they
where
wouldn't, mate.
serving,
They'd look to real men to survive. That's what they do.
you
You know what I
strip
mean?
back
Because they ain't
everyone
got none of them
of all
skills
the
themselves, mate. I don't know about you. I can still go out and build a log cabin if I need to. You know what I mean? Start a
yeah,
fire.
I'd probably be able to build one. It'd probably be lopsided and absolute
Doesn't
shit.
matter.
But
Doesn't matter. Will it shelter you? That's
mm,
simple. You
that's
know what I
it.
mean?
Few twigs, and a bit of foliage.
Can you see use in objects that can you see different uses for objects that you wouldn't use them for? You know, I do.
Yeah, yeah, I
I
know what
see
you mean.
use in things all the time. You know what I mean? That you can use
Mm.
things for more than what their original design is for. You know what I mean? Things like that. You know?
It's like, yeah, if you strip everyone back from all of the, the programming that we have, which I'm not saying that I'm not included in that, because we all
No,
are,
because
and that's
we're
how,
all programmed a little bit, and we've all got our
yeah,
ideologies.
yeah. But you strip back everything, and we're all the same. We don't have to put on. Like, I'm talking how I've always kind of talked. I'm not putting on a
Yeah.
Mickey Mouse voice. Hello, how
No,
you going?
that's it. And we're not trying to be someone we're not. You know, I'm just being me. The only thing I hold back on when I'm on camera is my vulgarness. That's the only thing I
Mm,
do. You know, I hold back a little bit of the vulgar, especially where I'm a musician, and obviously I'd like the crowd to be general populace. So in that
yeah,
regard, I hold back the bad language and stuff. Which I don't think that's all that TV does really. Is just they hold back on the bad language. You know.
I think Cody's in love with you. Nice mug there, Lee. I think he's talking about your face. He's like,
Yeah.
you're a funny bloke. Take care, Cody. We'll speak to you soon, man.
There's only so much of me people can handle, mate. You know, I'm gonna scare everybody off.
Oh no, like the thing is, the people that are regular on my channel, you know, Mark's instilling on my bloody viewers. But yeah, no, everyone that's here regularly kind of knows what I'm like, and most of the time I'm taking a piss and don't like take me seriously. I think Mark's is eating his Tim Tams. Is it Tim Tams? No?
That's it, mate. Just come in, just munching away, mate, and don't worry about us, mate. Don't worry about offering us any, mate. It's fine. No,
Yeah, he's,
no,
he's
don't
just trying.
no.
He's just trying the edibles before he sends you the truckload.
I'm
He's
looking
just
after
making sure
number
that they're
one.
good.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
look
that's
after
it.
number one, mate. Yeah, yeah. I like to look after number two, but I always spend too long in there.
But yeah, you know, Cody, Stylesy, Roger, they all kind of know what I'm like, and they kind of know I'm not going to, you know, change. And I'm just,
Like I said,
I'm just one.
I often say things on my channel, mate, that I know gets me got me shadow banned 100% because I'm not on the side of I'm on the side of reality, not in fantasy. You know, I like a bit of
my
fantasy.
views have been
Don't get me
going
wrong. I
down.
love the Star Wars and I love the Hobbit and all that sort of stuff. I love all that. You know what I mean? I love the fantasy stuff and you know, like
Willow,
Never-Ending Story
Willow.
and things like that.
Did you like
But
Willow with bloody Warwick Davis?
well, the
That was
original
pretty good.
Willow, yeah, it was all right, but I can't watch any modern films because they're all twisted and like trying to tell us that Arnold Schwarzenegger is now a wimp, but the skinny little 5 foot nothing girl will kick his ass. Absolute bullshit. Sorry for the
What's that
language, but,
dude
you
that
know.
was in? What's that dude that was in Barbie? I
Oh
can't
yeah,
remember his
yeah,
name.
yeah, yeah. I know
He's
you're on
like
about.
the new action hero guy. He's been popping up in loads of action movies. But yeah, you know, back in the day, it was like Schwarzenegger and Stallone and
People with
really
actual
staunch, like
physicality. People with
yeah,
actual
someone that looked
physical
like they could actually
prowess.
beat the shit out of you.
Yeah, exactly. Not
And then I thought
not some weedy little git. I mean, John Wick is
throw his
believable.
handbag at
Yeah,
you.
Keanu Reeves is John Wick. I mean, he actually did all that training and everything, and he is actually good with a gun. That is not a
Yeah,
fake,
man,
right?
he was in
So
Matrix as well. You know, he did an
yeah,
awesome
but
job in Matrix.
he's just got that. He's got that persona, and it comes across correct. If you know what I mean. Yeah, the whole
Yeah,
ethos
because
comes
like
across. Whenever you
Bruce
see a
Lee,
woman. Whenever you see, without disrespect, I love women, right? But whenever you see a woman allegedly kicking the bloke, you can see the bloke just falling to the floor, sort of thing, in pretend. You know, you can see it's pretend. Whereas when you see two men going at it, right, and like they have these long fight scenes where they're literally beating the living crap out of each other, that's more believable. Whereas when you see a woman and they always make the woman just kick the shit out of them straight away, done. You know what I mean? There's never a fight, struggle, or anything like that. And it's always this. You know, the women now are so. You know, why do women so want to be so masculine? It's just crazy to me. You know what I mean?
Well, I looked
Crazy.
into this years ago, and it is a bit of that programming again of what obviously they're
Yep.
trying to change the agenda, but it is definitely making women more masculine and men more feminine, and obviously they
Yep.
use media to
Well, you
push
know what
those
happened the last
agendas.
time that happened, don't you? You know what happened the last time they
What's
feminized society, don't you? The fall of Greece, mate. If you look at Greece back in the early days of Greece, right? When it rose
I
to
thought you were
power.
talking about the film at first.
Yeah, very funny. But yeah, if you have a look at all the statues from a certain period of time, they're all real muscly men and everything, right?
In these
And then
poses.
at the end of it, they're all feminized. All the men are all doing all this and all this. Yeah. Yeah. And as soon as that happened, as soon as the society got feminized, mate, boom, falls. It
I mean,
falls.
we went from like Colosseums and gladiators and shit like that to, you know, like what we are in now.
Yep.
Yep. These agendas definitely take a long time, but they're
Well, now
pushed
if you act manly
media.
of any way, shape, or form, and you aren't over emotional and living in emotion like women do, and then you're some sort of bigot nowadays, and you're ostracized for even being male and white. I mean, racism is racism, no matter what color you are. To me. See, I never thought about anything like that. I used to always judge people the same way: is that you're either a good person or an asshole, and that's it.
Yeah,
You're either decent,
I mean,
you're either nice or an asshole. The color of your
I love
skin, the
everyone to
gender,
a
all
certain
that
extent.
crap meant nothing to me. How do you treat me? How do you treat others? You know,
Hmm.
that
I've had
should be
friends
the
that used to watch
it's
them,
very
you know?
simple. I think it's very simple, don't you? I think it's very simple. All this overcomplication is socialism. You know,
But you don't need
social
to look up to
programming,
a
socialism.
you don't need to look up to a deity or look into a book because like that's where the answers are. It's just normal. Like when you're a kid, you just know like don't fuck with someone else because they will do it back to you. Like it's kind of
Yeah,
simple. You learn it from like
yeah,
2 years old or whatever.
yeah. Absolutely.
If you do something wrong, then there's a consequence. So
There's a
if you don't
consequence. Yeah,
consequence,
consequence to action.
you
Yeah,
you don't do it. Like you learn it. You know, you slap someone, you're gonna get slapped back or told off or whatever. So you
yeah,
learn from a young age that
yeah.
not to do. And you if you don't want to be hurt, you don't want to do it to someone else. So it's quite an easy concept. You don't need
Yeah, same as
religion or whatever.
same as when a little boy looks at a little girl and realizes she's different, and when she looks at him and realizes he's different, but they realize there's
Mm,
only one of each. You know,
yeah.
there's only that type. You know, a girl or that type of boy. You know, there is
Mm,
no for them. They don't see any other layers that these retards, quite frankly, are trying to put out there. 65,000 freaking genders because you can identify as anything. That's word salad. It just doesn't mean anything. It has no basis in reality. That's what I said about
yeah.
people
Well,
living in fantasy land. They want you to validate their
again,
fantasy.
if you strip back everything, like I said before, you're not going to have all that silly bullshit.
No,
Like
exactly.
if if the clock just if everything stopped in society, it's like people wouldn't have time to worry about that shit because you'd be
No,
surviving.
no, that's the problem. What's happened is, I think, in society is people have got too much an abundance of everything, and now there's nothing to fight for. And when there's nothing to fight for, you make things up to fight for.
Mm.
And that's basically what they're doing. The freaks have just come out of the woodwork, and like I said, they've released everybody out of the mental institutions, haven't they? Well, if they haven't, they should do, shouldn't they? Because if you can identify now as anything you want, that person that's been locked up away in a mental institution for years and years because he says I'm Admiral Nelson, and yeah, you know what I mean, kind of thing. He should be released, shouldn't he? Surely, because they should be
Like Sam
validating
Smith,
him, not telling him he's got mental issues. Surely.
like Sam Smith, what the fuck happened to him?
Mate, started off dressed in suits and everything like that, and now he's a slob who gets his belly out and wears satanic clothing, and so he sold his soul, isn't he? And the one thing that Hollywood and stuff does is makes you humiliate yourself. It's
Humiliated, but also very
ritualistic.
sexualized.
It's a
Again,
cult. It's
kids.
a cult.
It's like we can put up with that, but it's like again, kids are seeing like him walking out with his fucking
Yeah,
ass hanging out, and
yeah,
like I just
yeah,
that's
and,
when
doing
that's
that
when it
drop
triggers
thing. You know
me.
what I mean? Where they drop down with their ass at the
Yeah,
floor, sort of thing, and then get back
they
up. That
call it
sort of
like
shit.
they call it like a slut drop or whatever.
Yeah, he's a freak, mate. And what he's done is sold his soul. And that's what all of them do. That's why you see them all in dresses. The whole reason that they put actors into dresses and make them dress as a woman at least once in their career is to shame them.
Yeah,
To,
public humility or whatever. Yeah, like
yeah, it's the humiliation ritual. Is a ritual. You do this. It's like that bloke that came out. I can't remember what his name is. He said him and someone else went for an audition, and they were in this room with two executives, and
He's a
the
Cat
guy
Williams.
said, "Yeah, great guys. I'll employ you right now if you just get down on your knees and like each of them, right?" One of the actors got up and walked out. The other one went on with it, and that's why he became a star.
Yeah, Cat Williams has been talking about that stuff. He's
Yeah.
a comedian, and
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I think
he
he might have been the one that said about it on Joe
yeah
Rogan or
he was
something.
saying he was saying about Ludacris. They both had like afro / dreads, cornrows, obviously depending on the hairstyle. They both had certain beards, and yeah, they both got the same offer. He turned it down, and next second, Ludacris is in like all the Fast and Furiouses, and
Yeah, that's it.
yeah,
That's it. Because he got down on his knees, mate, and
mm,
enjoyed the phallicness of those executives.
yeah, people
The
like that
phallicness.
Harvey Weinstein and other
Yeah,
people.
yeah. Just creepy people, mate. That's creepy people.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, leaving it all up to me again, aren't you?
I was just reading this, and it goes into
Yep.
back in the
That's
day.
part of the fall of Rome as well. Yeah, so it wasn't just Greece that got feminized and then collapsed. Rome did it as well.
Yeah, because they
Rome were
used to
all
not.
masculine, went feminine, mate, and that was it. End of it.
They used to not allow females to be in like drama plays and stuff like that. So they used to have males bringing the
Males
female
dressed up
role,
as
and
women. Yep.
when
Yep.
dressed up as women, and then when they do sexual acts, it's obviously man on men because they didn't allow women to have the
Yep.
same, privileges as men.
Yep.
So
That's it. Yep.
again, it's a way to brainwash people again and make them, think about men and stuff, or think about that stuff instead of having a woman in that situation.
Yep. It's to try and take the birth rate down as well, because they, like I said, they've got their agenda, the 2030 agenda. They got that as well. I mean, like Bill Gates quite happily said in front of some forum or whatever, with the wonderful work we're doing with pharmaceuticals and other things, we should see a reduction in population by at least 15% by 2030. What a statement to
Yeah,
make.
they have the Georgia Guidestones and stuff where they clearly say
Yeah.
in all
Yeah.
languages how
Yep.
much population there should be.
Yep.
They straight up, it's like they show you directly, like it's in your face, but
Yeah.
people still are like, who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what are the Georgia Guidestones?
Oh, you should look that up, mate. They've been destroyed now, haven't they?
I heard something about it. I think Y-Files did an episode on that. I think.
They're basically a bunch of
like
obelisks. A bunch of obelisks
Yeah.
with a list of like their own commandments. The Illuminati's basically commandments of what they think the world should be. Basically, like I said, they hate everybody. As far as they're concerned, you're all serfs and useless eaters, as they call them.
an easy
Cool.
way to put it is the New World Order. It's them trying
Yep.
to create the world they want, and obviously,
Yep.
as we've saying, they have even stones where it bloody like says it right there, and people still are like, "Oh, conspiracy theory," or cheese
Yes,
conspiracies, or
try and
whatever
call it a
calling
conspiracy theory when it's blatantly there in great big stones.
in every text. I believe it was every language, or maybe 7 different languages, but yeah, this agenda has been going
It
on.
was all the major languages, wasn't it? It was all the major
Yeah,
languages.
this agenda's been going for long before I was born, and there's
Thousands
books and
of years.
stuff that talks about this. Yeah, just thousands, long before most people have even been alive, because it's obviously these
There's
these
13
bloodlines.
families, isn't there? There's 13 families, and there's only one of those families is a black family. There's 13 families.
That's interesting, and yeah, people are. It's like you have to have a bit of power as well. Like Cat Williams is exposing stuff, but he does obviously have money and influence.
Yeah,
like as in,
you can do it if you've got a certain amount of following and stuff. You're what you call the uncancelable, right? So you can get away with saying things, but us little small fry, like I said, I know for a fact I've been shadow banned, mate, because there should be a bigger growth definitely with my kind of channel. I'm not being big-headed.
It's interesting that you say that, because Funkin' Hungry has definitely been declining a lot lately in views and subs. Is like it was a steady pace, and I was getting quite a lot of views, and they had picked back up, but I had noticed that I was getting bugger all for a while.
Well, did you know there's a mass exodus from YouTube? A mass exodus. There's hundreds and hundreds of YouTubers leaving YouTube because they're fed up with their policies and the AI bots that they use. There's no personal attitude. It's not like you get you start a channel and you get a personal advisor or anything like that. They didn't give a shit about you. You're just and they only ever promote the people that make them money. But how are you supposed to get to that level to make them money if they don't promote you? It's a vicious circle, and it's the same as the music industry. To get into the music industry, you have to have financial backing, or be able to find someone who will financially back you. So there's no path to success for anybody on the street. You have to go through these oligarchical music industry. I don't want to be part of an industry. I'm an independent artist. Why the hell would I want to be part of their industry when it's just sickly and they do things like they've done to what's his name, who we were just talking about? I see he's so pointless to me. I don't even think about him. The devil worshipping weirdo.
Good old Sam.
Yeah, Sam Brown or whatever. Yeah, just absolutely sickly. I mean, just no, never, and no. You know, that's why I don't want anything to do with these people.
I'm hugely into hip hop, and they did the exact same to hip hop, and that's been going for a good 20 years or whatever, where they've slowly, infiltrated that and put in plants or so-called artists in that just absolute trash, and they've taken away the poetry side of it. They've taken away the conscious side of it. But there's still artists out there.
There's no attitude. I mean, the rap of the 80s, mate. Again, see, the reason why I live in the 80s, right? It's got nothing to do with, I can't grow and I can't move. There's nothing to grow and move into because it's all just commercialized brainwashing bullshit and getting girls to twerk. That's literally it, and sexualizing
all the people
everything.
I listen to are independent artists, like you were saying before. They won't be played on radio because they're talking about this type of shit we're talking about right now.
Yeah,
but they're doing it in song form, and they're being conscious and trying to be uplifting and stuff. Yeah, the stuff you see on radio is like
that rap artist that's on YouTube with loads with the tattoos on his face and stuff. I can't remember his name. Toby, Tom something. I think it's Tom or Tim.
Tom McDonald.
Tom McDonald or something like that. Yeah. He's got great lyrics. He's a lyrical G. That guy. He's got the right things he's saying as well, because it's about current stuff. And he's got exactly the same mind as us. He thinks it's all pathetic and they're weirdos. Because they are.
People have like millions and millions of subs and millions of views, but they won't be played on the radio because they're talking about conscious shit that people.
Yeah, they're talking about reality. Right. He's talking about reality and actuality, not fantasy and fakery. You can put as much pig makeup on that ugly man face as you want, mate. That doesn't make you a woman. You can stick on as many dresses as you like. It doesn't make you a woman. Chromosomally, mate, you're upped. Genetically speaking, you're upped. You are just what you are. You are born a male or a female, and there's only two. That should be reiterated to our children because they don't need to be brainwashed. It's a sad, sickening thing.
Again, that's what I said to you before. It's like people can do what the hell they want because it's not my business. But when you start affecting children, you're affecting the next generation. You're brainwashing them to set themselves up for confusion. And
it's the same as the DEI trying to make all little children, white kids, think that they're somehow suppressing the black kids in the school and stuff, and that the black kids are all victims. I mean, it's just ludicrous. For a start, like I said, slavery started by black people in Africa. So it just cracks me up. And there's no such thing as a African American. Very, very rare. There is an African American. Yeah, Elon Musk. There you go. He's an African American. But everybody else is born in America. Is born in America, so they're black American. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that, mate. Be proud of your country. Be proud to where you come from. But trying to be virtuous and I want reparations for what? 40 generations ago, there's not a person on the planet, mate, that haven't had family involved in that. So everybody deserves reparations. Then there you go. So take all the money from the oligarchs, I say, and spread it out. Then there you go.
Yeah, the old Rothschild died, if he did or not. If he might have went underground to live.
What a shame!
Probably went underground to shed his skin, but come back.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the lizard.
Come out as a young, beautiful woman because he shed his skin.
People.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some absolute utter freaks, mate. Utter freaks. And like I said, I think these people lead the way. It's like George Soros, starting a lot of these things himself. you know, by
Yeah,
funding some weirdo
owns,
to go
like-
and do something.
he owns some Australian media channels. I don't know if it's Channel 7 or something. Yeah, like, you know, a lot of these people, they own lots of businesses in multi sort of countries, multiple countries.
Yep.
You can't escape them because they obviously own all these different businesses,
That's
and they
the
have
problem.
their agendas.
That
It's like
is the
Bill,
problem.
like you said before, why the hell was he involved in, like, you know, like COVID and all that shit?
But like I said, Bill Gates, what the hell does he know about health?
Yeah,
What should he know about health? Why should he be involved in telling people what jab to take as he looks at you through the
But-
side of his eye because he can't look at you straight in the
Doesn't-
face because he's a scumbag?
doesn't look bloody healthy himself. He looks like he's fucking The Walking Dead. So
His wife left him. I wonder why, eh? We all know why. We all know why
Yes.
she left him. She left him because she found out about him and Epstein. That's what that was, mate. And his little visits to the island.
She didn't she take him for a heap of money?
Yeah, good on her.
Yeah, no, I'm just
Strip
asking
him
the question.
of it, mate. Strip him of it.
Yeah,
If
I
there's
don't-
anybody that should be stripped of all their wealth and everything, mate, and imprisoned for the rest of eternity, it's people like him and George Soros
Mm.
and everybody from the EU Economic Forum and everybody from Bohemian Grove. Anybody that enters that or goes there should be locked up for life, mate.
Don't they do-
Because they seem to think that they own humanity, that they own
Don't-
you, and that they should direct how everybody should be.
I heard somebody talking about that Bohemian Grove. Don't they do strange things there?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
just slightly,
rituals,
mate. Yeah, just slightly.
Well, just slightly. They just do rituals, sacrifices. Their god is Moloch, the owl god. So
Yeah,
they have
and
a lot
they
of owl
burn an
symbolism.
effigy of a child. They burn an effigy of a child. Yeah,
as
Yeah.
a sacrificial
they're sick, mate.
ritual.
They're sick.
That's why if you get into, you know, Epstein and stuff, it's not just sexual abuse that's happening. There's a lot more involved in, you know, like just human trafficking and what they actually want children for. I have mentioned like adrenochrome and stuff on these streams before.
Yep.
No, adrenochrome
Yeah,
is
the
like
adrenochrome thing, that's
you
why
know,
they're all insane because it's like being a like eating human flesh drives you crazy. I'm sure to say
Yeah.
that drinking the blood or injecting it as powder format or whatever the hell they do is also just you're off your nut. I mean that woman out of Transformers, what was her name? Megan Fox.
Megan Fox, yeah.
Megan Fox
Yeah,
and her
she's-
boyfriend all go on about how much they drink blood,
Yeah.
and they're proud of it.
When I looked into that, there's a lot of
Great.
celebs involved. There's forget her name. I think it's like Neil or something. She used to do these. Like they do stuff like they make like a body out of cake or whatever, and it's like they all eat it. But it's like it's obviously symbolism of like what they're into. Like there's a lot of blood and stuff involved. I'd have to look her up too. It's been a while, but there's
Total and
one.
utter
They
freak,
call her an artist, but she's involved in with a lot of like celebrities. But yeah, a lot of them mention it, like mention a lot of this stuff. And if you think we're just talking shit, if you go and watch Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, they mention adrenochrome in that. And when Johnny Depp takes it, he starts seeing lizard people. He starts freaking the hell out. And yeah, like this is what they obviously harvest or what they're into because, like, if you think about it, for celebrities, something like cocaine or heroin or whatever, it's not going to be that's mild for them. You know, that's like probably Panadol for them. They want something a lot more, you know, like hard to get. But yeah, adrenochrome is you have to be hugely, have to have huge rushes of adrenaline in your blood to create that chemical reaction, and you know, like that's going to be torture or death or whatever. It's a very extreme situations to get to that point.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, if you look into it, a lot of times they want children because they're not virgins, so the blood's not tainted with all these impurities and the rest of it.
Yeah,
And
that's why they want
that's
the babies. That's why they want
Yeah.
the babies, is because they haven't eaten any foods with all these weird chemicals and that they put in it.
Yeah, pretty
know,
much before they want it before puberty, pretty much. But yeah, I
Yep.
mean, you know, because
Yep.
sometimes I make jokes about this shit all the time, but you know, like bloody what's his name, the president, the Biden, he bloody goes around sniffing
What, the
kids like a
sleeping
vampire.
president? You mean the
Yeah,
sleeping president?
but I've seen plenty of footage of him. Sometimes he's standing there with a girl and he goes like behind her neck and hair and he sniffs them. And I've seen him
Yeah.
do it to babies before, like the
Yeah,
little babies will
he's a
go up.
sniffer, mate. He's a
'Cause
pedo, mate. You guarantee
The,
it. He's a freaking
the,
weirdo.
the name I used to use for him for years was Baby Sniffer because there's even GIFs and stuff of him doing
Yeah, I
it
know.
or videos out there of him
Yeah, it's
doing
not a
it.
joke.
But
It's not bullshit. It's
Yeah.
real.
Like
You know
I
what I
make
mean?
these jokes just for people to like. It's like, you know, like putting your foot in the water or before you jump in
Yeah,
the deep
dip your
end,
toe
like
in.
going
Yeah,
in shallow. Yeah. So it's like I make
thing
little
is,
jokes
we're
for
taking
people
risks
to.
even talking about things. As you know, we're taking big risks just talking about things on here because certain tube doesn't want reality. They only want you to affirm fantasy and freakishness. You know, if you're on this channel and you're one of them freaks, you'll get promoted to hell. You will get promoted right to the top, mate. Trust me. You'll be an overnight success if you're a freakazoid. If you're a person talking about normalities and realities, you'll get nowhere on this platform.
Like on
Nowhere at all.
my personal Facebook, it is public, but I share a lot of memes. But some of them are just ridiculous. But some of them, like some of them are funny, but also it's to like try to wake people up. Like
But you also
Jacob
do realise
Rothschild.
that they've got bots that hunt them things down, and basically, to you, it looks like it's still showing, but it doesn't show for anybody else. They won't be able to see it.
Or I get like it comes up.
That's
like
what
you've
shadow
been,
banning is.
Yeah, like I've had warnings and just of stuff, all sorts of. I used to get banned all the time. I couldn't even like. One time I called someone a moron and they gave me a 30-day ban, and that's
Yeah,
because
exactly.
in my opinion, it's because I used to share a lot of stuff, and you know I was on some sort of list where I couldn't do anything because I would test it out. If someone done way worse than I did, I'd report it, and it'd come back. This didn't break the community standards.
I said that,
And I would do.
JK. I've said that for many, many years. What if, for instance, right, millions of years ago, right, that velociraptors came to fruition, right? In other words, kept eating meat and stuff and fish or whatever, and they ended up gaining intelligence because, according to them, they were super intelligent anyway. Now, imagine them ended up creating technology, building the pyramids, all those things, right? As what you call lizard people, whatever you want to call it. And then they realized that there was going to be a cataclysm. So they build their ships or whatever. They've already got the high technology or whatever, and they disappear. They get off the planet until the planet heals. When they come back, they've come back a little bit too late. And then there's a new species called humans that have come to fruition, built technology and everything. And now they've got to interact, but they were the original humans.
Yeah, well, if you look into Anunnaki and if you look into ancient statues and stuff, they have a lot of. I mean, Chinese talk about it like lizards, dragons. If you look into all these ancient religions, it has like again, like I'm saying, the proof is out there.
I'm a firm believer in that. I'm a firm believer of that, and I think, well, they also built bases on Mars and the Moon. I think it was them that colonized the local area, kind of thing. And then when the cataclysm happened, you know, they buggered off. And I think there was a war between a couple of planets, and that's why we've got the asteroid belt, because I think that was another planet that warred with whoever, and they destroyed the actual planet.
Yeah, I think the planet was called Tiamat. It was like a planet that collided with us at some stage.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, it's all hypothesis, but that's not as far fetched as what you'd think. We came to fruition allegedly from monkeys, So if we can do that, what's to say that a creature that's amphibious or whatever, right, or is like, you know, the velociraptors, because they had intelligence to be able to survive, maybe, right? So they survive the growth, they become sentient, they become technically able, they build these technologies, they build the pyramids and stuff like that, because don't forget, they were huge. And say they weren't the only ones that came to that fruition. Then they build this technology, and then, like I said, they get off the planet knowing a cataclysm is going to happen. They get off the planet, they go elsewhere, and by the time they come back to, you know, to a healed Earth, they've come back, and we live here. We've taken over. So then they fly around in their ships, and, you know, they eat people, because you know, that would account for the millions that go missing, you know. And maybe they came back and did a deal with our government and said, look, we were here originally, you know, you're lucky we've even let you survive. And then they did the deal with Eisenhower, maybe, you know. But that makes more sense to me than actual aliens from a different galaxy or whatever, because of the distances and the time scaling, right? Whereas it would make sense for you know, this planet's supposed to be however millions, billions of years old. In that time, maybe, like I said, the dinosaurs were around for millions of years, not like human beings. We've only been here a blip, right, on the time scale of things. You know, if you look at it over a time scale, it's not even a minute. You know what I mean? Whereas the dinosaurs were here for like years, you know, in that scaling. So they'd have had so much time to come to fruition and gain high technology and the rest of it, and, you know, leave for that cataclysm, and then, like I said, come back. That's more believable to me than ever the alien grey thing and all this. Yes, I think the greys might be part of their technology or something, as little bots or whatever. But
yeah,
you know,
it'd be an equivalent to, because again, like you're saying, these are way more advanced than we are now. So the greys were most likely like androids, or, you know, like AI androids, robots, or whatever. You know, they have all that. They definitely are, yeah, like a race that's
and
being
like Brad
controlled.
just said, Brad's just said, the weight of these stones, we can't even move them now, and we can't align stones to the perfect north either. So, I mean, with all our super technology and stuff, we have not got the ability to rebuild a pyramid. I mean, that just tells you everything you need to know about how far advanced. You can't tell me a bunch of just past Neanderthal, basically, you know, human beings in Egypt built that. I mean, it's proved that the Egyptians moved into Egypt. They moved into where the pyramids are, and then started inscribing their own things around. And you can tell the difference between that and then what they did, you know. And you could, it's obvious those pyramids are, I think, in the millions of years old. Personally, you know, I think
It's like some sort of anti-gravity, like.
Yep.
To move it, or, you know, like to
absolutely. The likelihood is it was sound or something like that they used to move them.
Isn't that what a theory that Graham Hancock has put forward about the Egyptians have moved in there or something like that? But there's also a lot of Egyptian hieroglyphics here in Australia.
Yeah, they're everywhere. They're all around the world. The hieroglyphics, they're everywhere.
I mean, the Aboriginals talk about I forget what they call them, but yeah, basically different, you know, advanced species that are around when they spoke about it. Basically, sky people, or whatever words they use.
They've all spoke about it. I mean, look at the paintings. Look at what Da Vinci painted when he painted the what's the name, Mary, and then in the background you can see it's a tiny little dot. If you zoom in on it, it's the UFO, and there's a bloke looking at it like that at the bottom on the hillside. Of course, people were oblivious to it and just ignored it in them days, because he had to be very secretive about how he was talking. There's another painting that if you put it against a mirror and put it in half, you've got an alien grey there.
Yeah, right.
It's really nuts. Yeah, really nuts.
Yeah, it's like they're trying to give out that information, and possibly for future generations, but yeah, they can't just openly draw just what they want to, or paint what they want to.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You're a heretic. You know,
definitely.
you had to be careful in them days of going against the church and stuff like that. You know,
Not much different to these days,
For
really.
everyone.
it's still the same now, yeah, but it's not against the church; it's
Mm.
against the woke ideology. You know,
Mm.
now the new Lord kind of thing is woke ideology, and if you don't adhere to that messed up belief, I mean that is a messed up belief. At least, I mean, religion's at its bad times and stuff, but nowadays the actual organized religion, yeah, bad news a lot of the time, but people's belief structure isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just the
Like at
organization of it and the
the
stealing of
core,
minds and
it's
stealing of
good,
hearts.
but
Sorry,
it's G.
G.
I was saying at the core of religion and stuff, they all have the same like message, but
Yeah,
it's because it's been infiltrated, and it's
absolutely.
brainwashing again, programming,
Again,
and
yeah, reprogramming and stuff. Yeah,
it's always to divide us. All the shit that happens, it's always to push us away from each other. Where religion at the core is to bring us together.
yeah,
Yeah.
Brad as well, right? Brad saying about there's pyramids all over the world, right? Literally everywhere, all over the world,
Yeah.
and the biggest one apparently is in China, and of course they're not going to allow you to uncover that, even though it's blatantly obvious that's what it
Well,
is.
there's the one in Canada as well. It's pretty big too, but they're not.
Yeah,
They don't
yeah.
like to talk about that a lot. Have you
No.
guys watched or have seen Babylon 5 at all?
Yeah, I had, but it's
Yeah,
been many
Babylon
years.
5. I used to watch it
A
years
lot of
ago.
Yeah,
a lot of this
there's
stuff. I was like a kid, when I was watching it. So it's
yeah,
been 20 plus years.
it's a really good series and it still stands up today as far as I'm concerned. But there's one particular episode there where what are they
They
doing? They
have
go,
pyramids and stuff and that, don't they?
yeah, but it's
Or perhaps
where
have
they
more
go back.
Stargate.
Yeah, they go back to steal Babylon 4 to use in the future, and the Vorlons show their real selves, and they come out
Mm.
looking like angels. And when the various races see them, they see them how they've been taught in their law. For instance, we see them as angels. The other races see
There's
them
different, yeah.
as their
Yep.
deities. You know,
It's always time based, isn't it? It's about where you are. It's like back in the day, things like aliens were classed as goblins or or things like that, because that was the
Yeah,
language of the
they used to
time.
call them
That's
little green men. It used to be little green men and goblins
Yeah.
basically.
Or they used to call
Now
everything a
it's more
Martian.
grey.
Yeah.
I mean, back in
Yeah.
the 50s, everything was a Martian, or from Venus.
Mm.
You know what I mean? From Mars or Venus, that sort of thing. It's very this place, if you know what I mean. Now, it's a funny thing, isn't it? That like I say, now in them days as well, it was really strange things that they have as aliens, like blobs and stuff like that. Whereas nowadays, it's more
Full of
sophisticated
tomatoes.
in the idealisms because we take it more based on nature, right? So but
Mm.
like with the xenomorphs, right? Their physiology is a scary thing, isn't it? But if you notice,
Definitely.
everything that we create is humanoidish because
It
the
is, but
if
also I
you look
feel like
scientific,
xenomorphs are very insect-like as well with the queen.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
it's
a hive
yeah,
mind, yeah, kind of thing.
yeah,
But see, if you think about it like this, we can only see things from a human perspective, so therefore you're going to create things
yeah.
that you are familiar with in those terms. But
Mm.
the likelihood is aliens would be so different to you, that's what would freak you out, is the fact that something else could be intelligent and create technologies and stuff like that, and yet look completely different to you, in a variety of ways, not just in its posture, but in the amount of limbs it has, the way its limbs work, and the fact that maybe it doesn't have eyes like we have, and that it doesn't have a mouth like we have, and chewing chewing ability. You know, maybe they have a proboscis. You know, like more like an insect of some kind. Do you know what I
It's
mean?
like some of the it's like
What's
some of
wrong
the
with
stuff
your
you
eyes
see
then?
deep in. It's like some of the stuff you see
I
deep in
hide
the
them
ocean.
because
though.
I am actually a lizard. I didn't I tell you? I am a
It's like some of the
chameleon.
stuff you see,
I'm
some stuff you see deep in the ocean though, like blows your mind because it looks
Oh
so
yeah,
weird whenever
absolutely.
you
And this is the thing that they survive, but well, you have to understand that anything that builds technology has to have
octopus,
some kind of
starfish.
opposable thumb. You know, it has to be able to, well, not necessarily opposable thumb, but has to be able to manipulate its environment. So
Yeah,
that's why they always come back to the whole thing of making them look humanoid, because we are the only things that we know that have come to fruition and been able to actually build technology because of the way our hands work. You know, but who's to say
yeah.
that that the velociraptors didn't because we haven't found any fossilized ones of them. Yeah, they were like that, but their arms were longer. They weren't really short arms. Their arms were longer and usable. And they think that the way their hands worked is that basically they did have an opposable thumb because they were like that. Yeah.
Mm.
So even as that, right, that system there, you can pick things up and you can be delicate with things too. So you could end up and you'd build your environment around you, wouldn't you? So you can't think of it in our terms of like, we've got these soft bits on the end and they're easy to grab. We have this dexterity. But if you haven't got so much dexterity, things would be just bulkier and heavier and stuff like that. That'd be the only difference, and wouldn't be maybe as micro. Or if they did, they'd build something that could do the micro. So you have to, I suppose you have to try and really think outside of the box, which is a difficult
definitely.
thing.
So you have to put all your beliefs and all the logical shit aside.
Well, no, we have to just we have to suspend our own projection on it. So in other words, seeing ourselves in everything, and this is the problem.
That is actually a good point, though. Like Transformers, they are from another planet, and they're very different than obviously we are. They can obviously they're mechanical.
Yeah, but again, humanoid. But again, why would they make themselves humanoid shaped? Again, it's always in our image. There's, art seems to reflect our own image and stuff. And
it's
even
like the God complex. It's like we want
to
God see
complex,
everything.
Mate. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's a self-projection.
We want to see ourselves in everything.
Well, it's like if you write comic books and you insert yourself into the comic as a superhero, so the character kind of looks like you. Yeah, do you know what I mean? I mean that's a narcissistic thing, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean most artists or most even writers, they're putting some of their personality into some of these creators, like some of these characters. It's like Stan Lee. I really liked him, and I was speaking about it earlier. But he did put some of his personalities into all of those.
Oh, of course he did.
Characters,
yeah. Well, it's alter egos, isn't it? It's alter ego.
Yeah.
It's
Like
what if I could do this? What if I could do that? What if I could? Because that's the only way you can obviously think of these things. And I understand it. I'm not saying it's a wrong thing, to create these aliens that are like humanoidish, because we can then the viewing public can relate, because it's it's like Predator. I think Predator is one of the greatest written things, and so is Alien. The Xenomorph. I think they're two of the greatest written alien sort of types. But again, like I said, they're in our image, aren't they? So it's a hard one.
Yeah, go for it, Mark.
I was just going to say, I would highly recommend everyone go check out Preston Dennett's YouTube channel and see the information that he presents there.
I've heard of Preston Dennett.
He's
a bold-headed guy, isn't he?
Yep, that's him. Go have a look at his YouTube channel.
Yeah, I like Preston. I think he's all right. Yeah, no, I'm not a great fan of Ancient Aliens, mate, to be honest, mate. I'm not a great fan of that at all. I
I
think
still like watching it, but
they
I
do
still
that
like
to blow
watching it.
sunshine up their own jacksy. They do. That's a
But
self promotion show. That is. That's to promote their own their self.
me and a
You know,
friend used to have a couple of
TV
smokes and a
is
couple
that.
of drinks and sit there and like watch it, but like we would laugh because I used to always take the piss because they always used to leave it with an open question, like, do you think maybe
Yeah,
it was
every
aliens
single thing.
or
What
like
if? What if?
so it's
Maybe.
almost
Maybe. Could it be? Could it be?
it's almost
No.
like a drinking game. Every time they're like, do you think it was maybe extra? Yeah, they didn't say aliens, even though they called it ancient aliens. They're like, maybe it was extraterrestrials, and it's almost like they have a shot every time they leave the open question
Yeah.
mark. Like,
Well, that's all they
it's-
did. It's an entertainment show. But like
and
I
there was
said,
a
I've
few episodes I
hypothesized
liked.
these things for absolute years. That the whole Velociraptor
Yeah,
coming to fruition and the cataclysm and stuff like that. I've thought that for absolute years since I was a young lad. Thought about, well,
yeah,
what if something else came to the fruition that that like we haven't been able to build technology? Because if it's happened so quickly for us, in the shortest space of time, in when you'd see it over time, that in that shorter space of time, we've gone from banging sticks together to building rockets. I mean, the time is like that. So imagine given millions of years, like the dinosaurs were given, sort of thing. You imagine how much you could accomplish in that. Provided you don't
it's like
kill each
people
other off.
can't. Again, like I don't know for sure, but it's like people can't get their head around like shape shifting lizards or whatever. But it's like chameleons and stuff can like camouflage themselves into environment. Also, if you look into cryptids a lot, there is a lot of shape shifting, like skinwalkers, dogmen, or like lichens or whatever. Who's to say what's real or what's not? But the shape shifting has been around, and even arachnids
I
and
mean,
stuff can shed their
the
skin.
indigenous Americans, as I like to call them, the indigenous
Yeah,
Americans,
yeah,
the original people of America.
like owners.
They
Yeah,
all they
yeah.
always spoke about such things, didn't they?
Yeah, the dog man or
Native
lichens
Americans.
or whatever you want to. Yeah, they talk about
They always spoke
skinwalkers and
about shapeshifters and stuff. Yeah, so
they talk. Well, basically, that's where the werewolf came from. That and yeah, it was a lot of time. It was to do with magic or it was to do with. But yeah, I'm very much into that as well, like cryptids and
yeah.
all that
Yes, Brett.
stuff. And
Yes,
yeah,
Brad. It did because it was what's his name that was playing the android, wasn't it? And he did experiments. He found he made the aliens from some other creature, and then he got humans to he got them attacking the humans, didn't he? Yeah, that's what
you're talking
Prometheus was all
about
about, wasn't it?
yeah. And then Prometheus was pretty good. There was a lot of symbology in
A
it,
lot
but
of
I liked
symbology in that. Yeah, yeah.
Requiem or whatever, the one after, and it has that
Yeah.
the
Well,
guy
that
played
explains the
Magneto.
actual story in the end, doesn't it?
Yeah,
They used the builders basically. He stole from the builders or whatever it was, wasn't it? And then created
yeah.
these
He
aliens. Or
his own.
they were
Yeah,
No, they were. I can't remember which way round it is. But it's been a long time
it's
since I've seen them
been a
films.
while since I
What?
watched it, but it was pretty crazy how they had like an airborne. How instead of having like
Yeah,
the face huggers and stuff, they had like an airborne bacteria that went inside them, and then they became like the alien was able to inhabit their body from that. It was yeah, it definitely blew my mind that part a bit because we was used to the egg being planted from the face hugger, and then
yeah.
now it's like airborne, and you can be taken over, not like possession, but the alien was birthed through that.
Oh, I love
But
Magic Eye books. There's matey JK. Yeah, I used to have a couple of Magic Eye books, and not a lot of people could see them. And I used to put them up around my house, and people used to come and say, "What is that?" And I'd say, "Look, take a close look." And they'd look, "What?" I said, "Well, you have to look at it correctly. You have to look through it. You look past it. You look beyond it." And they're like, "What?" Couldn't even get the concept. And I said, "Well, that one there's a dolphin. That one there's a Stonehenge. That one there's this, and that one's that." Crazy. I used to love Magic Eye books. I don't know why they are not around anymore. I haven't seen them anyway. I missed the ones I
I
had.
think
I had some great ones.
last time I got into stuff like that, I joked and said they were called G rants. Now they're G rants for two different reasons: Lee G and G rant. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm magic, aren't I? I mean, come on.
Yeah, but I don't know. Just people sitting around
Oh,
just
the
talking stuff
arrogance
like
knows
this.
no bounds over here, mate.
It's like how
It's a
can you
joke.
not?
It's a joke.
Oh, was you joking this whole time?
I do like
Yeah,
to
don't
laugh at
censor
myself.
us. Don't censor us. This is all jokes.
Yeah, it's just a joke. We're just having conversations, man. You know, things that you used to be allowed to do. You know,
Yeah, I
have
always
just
joke and
open
say, "Oh,
conversations about
it's the
things.
naked aliens. It's the naked aliens. You know, the xenomorphs running around
Yeah.
naked."
Yeah. Everybody loves a good xenomorph.
Well,
Mate.
good old KJ is. So it's like we can only see certain stuff and lights, and there's stuff that definitely we can't see. I mean, there's micro.
Oh yeah, I mean, our visual spectrum is minute. You know, minute.
I mean, there's a lot of micro, bacterias or even life forms. If we can't see that, there's all sorts
Yep.
going on. Right?
And what's to say as well, right? We always think about aliens and things like this as being the size of us. But what if, just a scenario, you've seen some megasuns, haven't you?
Mm.
You understand what a megasun is. I mean, if our sun's like this, a megasun is bigger than my house.
Yeah.
You understand? You know, it's literally huge. Well, imagine coming from a place where the planet that you're on is 6 billion times bigger than our planet. How big could something get to on that planet where there's such immensity of room? So you think about that, right? With the idea of giants and all these that are being, so fanciful. But when you consider given a bigger area and given that room to grow as well and time enough to grow, how do you know things can't be immensely huge? Like the kaiju idea,
Yeah. I mean, we haven't even got into giant humans yet, like them,
But what about now the reverse? What about the existence of high technology on a micro level? So how about a race of beings that are micro, that are tiny, so you wouldn't even know they're there? And then how about how about
life? Right?
Yeah, I mean, why is it not possible for the quantum and the existential bigness kind of thing and the extra smallness, and how about then something in between, that they talk about seeing pixies and stuff like this flying around or whatever, and nymphs,
borrowers like little people.
But yeah, how do you know that sort of species doesn't exist somewhere, right? And that they've built technology? Why is that so? Why would that be so shocking? I don't. Oh yeah, there we go. See, that's quality. Black Tape Project, we love it.
I think Mark's
yeah, I
think
that's disgusting, mate.
Soon.
Get those normal women off the stage, mate. I don't see any men there dressed as women. Where's all the trannies? Where's all the trannies, eh? Funny how they don't get trannies doing that, isn't it?
We'll probably get Paul pop back up now. He'll come back on in a minute.
Who's that?
Or another part of him will be ringing.
See, quality viewing. This is what you call quality viewing, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, well, bloody hell! She was putting all.
Blimey, she was giving it all out. She was, wasn't she? Hello, darling. All right, how you doing?
Giving all this and that.
Yeah.
Red Dwarfs and massive.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, looking good. Yeah, I say hello, darling. All right.
Yeah, the Red Dwarf. The Red Dwarf spaceship is massive.
I'd buy her a beer. Yeah.
What was that, Mark?
All right. Hello. No, that was fit.
JKJ's comments here, Red Dwarfs are massive. And I said, yeah, the Red Dwarf ship is massive.
Yeah, it is, mate. I mean, there's a lot of crew on there as well, even though there's only one crew.
Yeah.
Also, the jungle was massive.
Yeah, jungle is massive, mate.
No jungle there.
Where I
Yeah. No bush.
Yeah, I
No
can't
George
see any
W.
jungle or
I can't
hedge
see no
trim.
George
A lot of
W.
hedge trimming.
Well, she looks like she's got a bit of a hedge, but it's more the black tape project.
That's it. Wiggle that
I
bum.
know what.
Lovely
I
jubbly.
reckon Mark works for the government. He's trying to distract us from what we're talking about, and he's doing a good job with it as
I
well.
think that's what it is, mate. I think that's what it is. I know there's only one thing on my mind right now. That's
He's the
black tape.
fucking. He's one of those lizard people. Mm.
Yeah, very, very nice.
It's
That's
the
it,
one.
darling. That's it. Well done. Yeah.
It's definitely the one thing
Oh,
that
hello.
can calm the mind, though. And it seems to be
Oh,
a,
it definitely calms my mind, mate. It doesn't calm down a lot. Another thing, though, it just brings a lot of things to attention.
That's why it calms down the mind, because something else is, using up
What's
all
about
that
it?
blood
What's
and
that about it
oxygen.
coming down? What line? What?
Yeah, yeah.
Hello, darling. Yeah,
Oh,
thank you
man,
very much.
we're in for
Yeah,
a
I mean,
treat tonight.
she ain't even got any tape on her ass, that
fucking
one.
hell.
And that,
Bloody
look
that
at
one.
that. That's a bit more womanly for me, mate. Bit of meat on the
That's when you
bone.
can tell gravity was playing all sorts of tricks there.
Well, I don't discriminate, so
No, nor do I, mate. But there you go. Now there you go. Look,
Yeah, front
that's
and
meat
back.
on the bone right there, mate.
there is another one we played the other day, or I shared it the other day, where they did this in New York or somewhere else, and they interviewed a lot of the models, and they got the models to say their Instagram names as well, so people could follow them on their Instagram as well.
Unfortunately, I didn't have my pen and pad with me, but I like
I'm
this
sure.
one though. Like they're all lined up. It's like it's like a buffet. It's like all there. It's all there, ready to eat. It's all laid out.
See, now you've
You
gone.
just- you've got-
Now JK's done my head in. Now I can't be having that because now I can't look at these women in reality.
Funny
Now
thing is, some of them could be trannies. You wouldn't know. What a bit of
I hope not. I'm hoping
nip
this
and-
is in the
nip and
country
tuck.
where they wouldn't allow that kind of weirdness.
Where's that? Russia, isn't it? Isn't that the country that isn't into it?
Oh, you probably wouldn't
Yeah,
find
after
you wouldn't find this thing in China, would you?
no, they fucking banned Woody the Pooh. Let alone this shit.
Well, actually, that's a channel I was following for a while. There's this.
They banned South Park as well, but yeah, that's probably a little bit understandable.
There was a lady I followed. She was Chinese, and what's she call herself? Something a sexy cyborg or something like that. And she had implants, man, that put implants to shame. And she had an incredible figure, and she would wear these tight jeans. Naomi, sexy cyborg, and she does a lot of stuff on her channel, 3D printing and all sorts of other things, And I haven't seen her channel for a while, so I don't know what's happened.
Probably banned.
No,
Well, if she's promoting normality, woman, then the likelihood is, mate, she's banned and cancelled and everything.
Yeah, no, she wasn't promoting normality.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah, I'll have to just have a look on the iPad and see if I can find it.
All I know is I think after tonight I might have to shift from Funkin' Hungry over to the other channel. I don't know. I just feel like, yeah, as I've said a long time ago, all this stuff isn't really associated with Funkin' Hungry anymore.
We might have to go to another platform.
Yeah, I say Rumble's calling personally because at least you can talk on there and you won't get cancelled or banned or shadow banned or any of those things. They actually allow freedom of speech, which is is an extraordinary thing nowadays.
There she is.
But,
Naomi Wu. When did she last put something up?
well, this fucking chick's like she's fucking trying to walk on the moon.
I don't know. She's looking like she's trying to beat the people on the left and the right with her hips.
Yeah.
How far out can you
Yeah.
push your hips each side? You know. Yeah. Well done, love. Yeah. Well done. Yeah. Well done.
Yeah, she is swinging them a bit, isn't she?
Yeah.
When she came
Over
down,
exaggerated.
when she came
Over
down, she looked like
exaggerated,
she was.
mate.
Yeah, but then you've got this, which is not very entertaining, a little bit too wooden.
Yeah.
Here
not
I am
into the
trying to
headdress.
tell models
Not
how
into
to
that
walk.
headdress either. That headdress does suck.
I see. She's like the perfect balance. It's
Yeah, there
swaying,
you go.
but-
She's got the weight. She's got the balance. She's Yeah.
swaying, but not acting a prat.
No, that's it. Yeah, it's like, oh, look at me. I mean, because it's the look at me contest, isn't it? You know, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, that is their job. You know, their job is to draw attention to themselves.
That's why I laughed at myself.
But
It's like I'm trying to tell them how
at
to
this
do their
stage in the game,
job.
there might as well. At this stage in the game, there might as well be a pole at the end of the runway that they go onto and start having money chucked at them and stuff. You know.
I wouldn't mind having my pole at the end of the runway.
Yeah, well, I'm the same as that. I was just thinking the same thing, actually. Yeah, she can slide up
that's what
my
I'm
pole
saying,
any
like,
day.
sometimes, you know, one of us
She can
says what
slide
we're
down my
probably.
pole.
How to cook chicken nuggets? Brad strung out. How to cook chicken nuggets? How the fuck did he do this when he's watching our stream? Here we are thinking he's talking about Anunnaki, and there he is bloody cooking chicken nuggets in the background.
See, this is what you call proper quality entertainment. You know, I think all channels should have at least an hour of this on their show.
The funny thing is, when we was talking about lizard people, I think more people was watching, and then when the women came up, they all left. Oh fuck it! It's like,
That's weird. This is total exploitation, mate. Those women don't even like doing that. They're being made to do it. You know, along with the cash they're being given, and the fact they get to expose themselves, which they love, because these people are extroverts. You know, anybody that does that is a massive extrovert. And they're massively narcissistic. You know, you have to be to do that kind of thing.
When we talk about naked aliens, it's all cool. When we talk about naked women, everyone leaves.
Yeah, it's
how
a weird thing. It's a strange thing. It's a strange thing. Hello, darling. You want a beer?
Bloody hell, that takes
there's some movement going on there, mate, and that is absolutely lovely. Thank you, darling. Cheers, love. See you in a bit.
Not on the TV as well, or the laptop or whatever. There's a bit of movement elsewhere.
Yeah, but that's what I was thinking about. I was thinking about the upper movement. You know.
Bit too much tape on that one. They needed the tape to hold that up. That was all over the place.
Compared to the other ones we've seen, actually these ones have got a lot more tape on.
Yeah, that's it.
We've seen ones on here that have got bugger all tape on, and there's nothing left to the imagination, to tell you the truth.
Well, she must be Native American. She's got, the little tassels and.
Yeah, I think, like you said, I think there's a bit too much being covered up now. I mean, it's just gone from being really cool to let's cover that up. Why? That wasn't the original plan, surely.
Yeah, the dude who owns this is whatever he's getting. Yeah, too adventurous with his take.
But no, in all seriousness, the other ones we have seen, a lot of the models have way less than these ones.
Yeah, look at her.
Yeah,
she's got fucking.
She's covered up completely. I mean, what's that about?
You can't even see the arse crack.
No.
And then she's got hardly any on, but the bloody blokes are in the way.
Yeah, so
exactly.
he's gonna put a bit of extra tape on.
It's like, oh God, she's got two. She hasn't. Yeah, they're all covered up. I'll get in the way. He's trying to put
Them
more on.
cameramen have got the best job in the world, haven't they? Eh?
There's a few.
I think,
There's a few different.
yeah, obviously the artist has got the bestest job in the world because he gets to touch as well.
Mm.
You know.
Yeah. He's so close to getting, smell what it smells like. Baby sniffer, Biden.
There is a couple of different versions of this when you look at it. It comes up and there's many different versions because I think they've done this in Miami and a few
purely
others.
for research purposes. I think I should go and have a look at every single one of them, just to
I think
understand the differences between them.
I think you should.
And I shall spend an inaudible amount of time on them. Don't worry about that. I shall scrutinize them in slow motion. Play it at one times the speed, so that a woman takes at least half an hour to come down the runway.
Yeah, so those ones that are really bouncy, you'll be able to see the movement in slow motion.
Yeah, exactly. Which is what you want. You want to know how gravity defying are they?
Yeah, when you're enjoying yourself, it happens too fast. It's like, oh, it's gone. And,
that's the problem. That is the problem. Time goes far too quickly, and I do think they should introduce a poll. I'm sorry, I believe that wholeheartedly. There definitely should be a poll involved at the end of that runway.
Where is the?
This dude's got a hell tape on it.
That's it. Put a choker on her. That's always a nice thing.
Yeah,
that's always good. We all love that.
It's going to have a lead and.
Well, maybe we could watch an Andre Rieu live in Vienna, the full concert. Silence.
I don't know what that is. I'm just like, are you taking away my girls in tape?
How much time you got on your hands? There's 12 hours of it here, Lee.
Is it just repeated?
I just crack on then. I mean, I'm quite happy to sit and watch things like that all day long, mate. That's perfection, that one there.
Surely that beautiful weather you've got going on over there, you've got better things to do than watch YouTube.
Currently it's my wife's birthday. I'm sat here waiting for them to come back because I'm not even picking them up. Apparently, they're going to bring their selves back home. Hello, darling. All right, how you doing? Yeah, you needed to sort your tan out though, love. You've left the bikini line.
Yeah,
and that's not a good thing in modelling. I'm not impressed. I'm not. I'm sorry. You should have gone and got your colour evened out there, baby. But
got a fat front and back fanny out. So you get a bit more colour on it.
Yeah, the blue hair just does absolutely nothing for me, but turn me completely.
I was going to say.
Well, they flicked off her pretty quick.
Yeah, they cut. Well, there was nothing to see there, was there? Really? I mean, let's be fair.
Yeah, that's all right. She does modelling and she does clown school. She has to
exactly. Yeah.
She must be Canadian. It's like, the Canadian.
It looks like she's got a hand over her moolah.
Yeah.
Looks like there's a hand there like that. Look.
Slapping under the JJ.
It's like she's got a hand underneath from behind. Going, hey! Perfect. See, I want to know when they're going to start wearing this stuff in swimming pools. I think that's the best idea. I mean, why have it as a fashion show if you're not actually going to wear them out? That's what I say. Or at least walking down the high street. I mean, especially that one right there. She should definitely be walking along the high street saying hi and everything. And I'd quite happily stop and talk to her, Have a little chat.
If I was an alien, I'd want her to greet me, to the planet.
Oh, exactly. I mean, that's the welcome to planet Earth you'd want, isn't it?
It's either that or a crackhead. It's like, take your pick.
Yeah, exactly. Or a bumbling Biden, mate, who falls asleep on you.
Or falls upstairs or falls downstairs.
Look at these, look at that.
What the hell?
Jingly, jangly, jingly, jungly. Eh?
Even the back matches the front.
That's an absolute woman. That's a proper woman with hips and everything, mate.
James and the Giant Peach.
Meat on her, mate. Yeah.
Now all of a sudden I feel like melons. Having a taste.
Watermelons?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just keep thinking the
You know-
same thing, really, mate. Is why can't I be there?
it'd be even more torture though, if you're sitting in the audience and you're that close.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you noticed though how many women are sat there in the audience?
Oh, yeah.
Loads of women there. You can see them all.
Hmm.
Sealed by all the shoes, look.
Looks like someone's wearing
There's
slippers.
another one who's
They
got
are.
a hand up her. Look.
They are. I just saw
What's
the
that?
same thing.
Yeah, they crawled out of bed. Oh God, I'm late for the fashion show
Fashion
or model
show.
or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. He's walking it down like it's a fucking dog. Here's my ladies.
He is holding a
We must
hand.
own her. Yeah, what is he though? Trying to help her cross the street?
Isn't that what you do?
Normally it's old ladies, but I guess he's got the right idea.
I like the colour green.
She's fucking tiny.
Oh, yeah, we saw her before.
Uh,
She really flicked it.
She did. Yeah.
Mm.
this one looks like it has spider webs and stuff over it.
Yep. She got a spider web on her head. Surely to goodness something like that will get caught up in your hair.
Yeah, I'd like to get something caught up in her hair. Technically, it'd be like a spider. It'd be like a spider web.
Oh my God.
dear.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, nor do I,
Yeah.
mate. I'm not even looking at them at this point. I'm just looking at the tape. I think the tape looks really cool. You know,
Yeah.
it's only tape that I'm interested in. Clearly, you know. That's why we're
Imagine
watching
how
it.
many
No,
wiring
no.
harnesses missed out.
We're watching it for the artistry, aren't we? Surely.
The artistic value, you mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean it's
And the technique that
and the education of it, because obviously it's very educational.
yeah,
you know.
yeah. But
Yeah, this
you
is
got
our version of sex ed. Watch this, and
Uh-huh.
if well, this is how the gay test. Watch this, and if you don't, if you don't,
If you
crack a
if you
smile
don't
or
react, mate,
crack
you
a
are
boner.
definitely should be gunning into the local gay club.
Yeah. Yeah.
what the one down the end of your street, Lee?
No, the one in my back garden. Anyway, but but a stone's throw away, old boy. But a stone's throw away. You know, I like those things. Anyway, shush. I'm looking at these ladies and
Oh,
thinking,
here
oh,
we
I
go.
could do better with
Here we
that
go.
fashion.
This is the one that gravity struggles to.
Yeah, she got. Oh my goodness!
She took like 2 steps and
I
just
can
couldn't
feel the
stop
pervert
moving.
in me crawling up here, saying, "Let me at him, let me at him."
I feel the saliva building up in my mouth.
It's
until
like
we start dribbling.
it's like me want milk.
Yeah, that must
You
be
know-
what it is. That
you
must
know
be
when we-
the way.
You know when we get famous, right? And our YouTube channels blow up, people will
Yeah,
go
yeah.
back and watch this
Must
and
come from.
criticize us for, degrading.
What,
Yeah,
for
They'll
being
be
brave
trying to
and
cancel us.
great.
Be like,
and
"Oh,
for
look at
introducing
those
people to
back in the
real-
day."
See that is just awful. If you ask
Yeah,
me, that
and
if that
It's like
no,
not trying to be mean to her, but that's like what would be people that are into kids. She just is very small and
yeah,
doesn't look really
that is
developed.
that's just a great big no for me.
Well,
big-
the one with the white
no,
tape
She looks like she's a
reminds
fucking
me.
superhero. Captain Planet. Wonder what her power is.
She's
The one-
Captain Sticky Tape.
The one with the white tape reminds me a bit of Lilu out of Fifth Element.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Mila Jovovich.
That's her.
If
Let's
you want to
come-
see a good film, right? Mila Jovovich in The Fourth Kind.
The Fourth
I've
Kind.
said this to Mark Hayes. Fourth Kind. I watched, as I said earlier, young age horror, sci-fi. I love it all. Used to really. Fourth Kind made me feel like I was being watched and shit after, but I have had experiences,
Yeah.
close encounters myself. But I just felt really uneasy after. But I enjoyed it. I loved the
I think
film.
I think it was brilliantly put together.
I-
I tell you one
like,
thing:
because
I'm never ever going to stay overnight in Nome. I'll
Yeah.
let you have that. Yeah, never
But it
ever
was one
will
of
I
those
ever
ones.
visit Alaska.
Yeah. It was one of those ones I watched, and I'm like, yeah, and then go to get a cup of tea or whatever after, late at night, dark, and
Yeah.
all of a sudden, sort of, and
It
then
ruined
and
my
I'm
daughter.
making a
I
tea.
let my daughter see it, and it ruined her. She said she can't no longer look at the clock at 3:30 in the morning. And she says if
And
she ever saw
owls
an
as well.
owl, she's going to
I
run.
The witching, 3:30. That's the witching hour.
It is. Well,
But
if you look at it, it's
love
side
owls,
by
but
side footage with Mila Jovovich, who plays a psychologist, and side by side footage of the real footage, the actual footage that happened. It's basically based on a true story, really, right? The actual psychologist ended up in a wheelchair through all this because she ended up psychologically damaged and all sorts from it. But she basically started getting these cases in Nome about people not sleeping and all this thing. And when she gave them hypnotics, she had found out that they'd all been visited and they'd all been interfered with.
this guy kept on thinking he saw an owl out his window, but then after a while, when he's under hypnosis, he's like, it's not an owl, and then he starts freaking out. But then she realizes that her and her family have been visited as well.
What about the person that got lifted up in the air and bent in half almost?
Yeah, like
There's
it like
actual footage of
twisted
it.
them, and then they fell back down. Yeah,
weird.
that's a brilliant film.
It's honestly, if you
really
want to,
yeah,
it definitely makes you think about it on that level because, like I've always said this, millions of people aren't all going to lie. So if you've got millions of these people saying that they've been abducted and talking about all these things, I always say the same things really. That they can't all be liars. Is my thing. Not everybody wants 15 minutes of fame for being involved with UFOs because it's something that people laugh and point at. So, to even mention these things, you either got to have confidence in what you've seen, same as I have with the orbs and stuff I've seen and the stories that I've got.
A proper orb in my room, and it was like this. It was probably only about like the size of a tennis ball, probably, but it wasn't necessarily a sphere of such. But it was like just like a kind of a ball of energy in it. It was
exactly the same things that I've seen. Basically, it looks like liquid light. It's really weird.
It was like orangey. It didn't go quite to red, but it went to like a warm orange, and then close to a yellow, but not quite. But it was kind of yellowish, orangish, and I've got a PC that it stopped working, and I never got it fixed. But I did take a footage of it on my phone because I thought, oh, am I seeing shit? If I take it on a phone and then look at it again, and then I'm looking at it, and it was there for so long that eventually I just got, I started playing music and, probably having a few cheeky.
You do know that there are
stuff,
specialists in data recovery, don't you? You can find people who are specialists in data recovery, and they'll take the disk from your knackered PC, and they'll be able to get the information from it.
Yeah, like it definitely has crossed my mind. I don't know if I've had it on the PC or the phone, but this was probably 10 years ago. But yeah, I'd love to see if I can recover that footage. Yeah, I've had a few different experiences over time, and the orb one was definitely very interesting.
Like I said, I counted 7, and it wasn't until a couple of years ago that I even realised that it was like 7 different things that had happened. It's like even ghost
Yeah.
stories. I've got some mad ghost stories as well, which is just, and I didn't realize how many of them I had till I really started like counting it. And I don't know if it's because, you know, being open to these things or whatever. I don't know what, you know, it's a hard thing to say because it's all on the side of woo, isn't it? Kind of thing, you know, and it's always seen as laughable, and there's a lot of fakery out there and stuff. So
Yeah.
you tend to get put into that same bracket. So I don't over express about these things. But
Yeah,
you know, it's really nuts how many actual stories I've got of these things. It's crazy.
You know Whitley Strieber, don't you?
Yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah,
Okay, Whitley Strieber wrote the book Communion. It's the
that's
one
it.
with
Yeah,
the big alien.
Communion. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's
With
got the one with.
now, hey, oh, what's his name? Oh, what is his name?
While you're thinking of it, the thing is, he talks about it in one of his interviews that when he wrote that book, because I think he's rewritten it or re-released it, one of the two, but you were referring before the amount of people who've had stuff or seen stuff or something like that. Whitley Strieber, when he wrote the book and when it was first released, he got something like 30,000 or 20 or 30,000, some phenomenal amount of people mailing him and his wife with written letters, and this is back in the day when people were still writing letters, about what they had experienced. And I think that was just a rough estimate. You know, the mailman or the mailmen were bringing in bags, not just handfuls, but bags
of mails.
mail.
Yeah,
of
I
people.
feel like as well, like
all these, you can't call everybody a bloody liar.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
and I feel like it's more personal
about the whole thing, isn't it? You know, it's extraordinary.
Like, you know, people can grab these devices and easily just talk a bit of shit, but I feel like it takes more to actually write stuff. It's like, you know, can people really be bothered to go to that extent? Yeah, some would, but you know, like it's a lot more personal, and to put, you know, to actually write a letter and
the only
stuff.
reason they've gone to phones now is because it's made things easier, isn't it? In those terms, you know, so just because they're not writing it down now, it's still expressing, you know, yourself and putting yourself out there. You know, so I think it's actually more risky nowadays, you know, because you can be ostracized for these things. So and
I had someone share some experiences.
You know.
I had someone share some experiences to me recently. He did say that he had some experiences. This is someone that I know in person, who lives locally, and we spoke about it a little bit. But he actually went fully into, and yeah, he's been visited, and he's had, you know, experiences, and he's had to get physical, and he's saying that now his family as well. One of his family members in particular. You know, I'm trying to be a little bit discreet, but one of his family members, will, you know, like is having experiences as well now, and yeah, he's local to me, and I've seen some stuff when I was a kid in England, but I've seen some stuff in Adelaide, South Australia as well. And yeah, with me, I feel like there's possibly some missing time, or possibly, you know, there's definitely some stuff like filling the gap. And also, I do remember a lot of it because that doesn't leave you. But I feel like over time as well, you know, some memories, like, it can get a little bit sort of fuzzy or whatever. But yeah, the one that I had as an adult here, I still very much remember it. And this wasn't a flying saucer. This one was like some shit out of Star Trek, Star Wars. And it's just interesting as well, because a lot of people obviously don't look up that much. You're looking straight on, or
and nowadays everybody's looking down because they got a bloody mobile phone, and they're even mothers pushing along pushchairs with their children in it, and they're too busy on their bloody phone, and even push their kids out into the road and then realise they're in the road.
Yeah,
I've seen it happen many times. It's disgusting.
But yeah, because we saw it from Adelaide Hill, so we saw it when it was dark at night. It was lit up a little bit, but not that much. But we followed it from the hills into the suburbs, and it's like, because we knew it and we was following in a car, and we was keeping pace with it a little bit until traffic and traffic lights got involved. But yeah, it's just interesting. Such a huge object, you know, a ship or whatever you want to call it, is just cruising over the suburbs, and you
I
wouldn't
call
know it's
everything
there
I see
really.
an anomaly rather than you know, a flying saucer or any of those kind of, or UFO. Or even though it is a UFO,
Yeah.
it's an anomaly to me. In other words, it's an
Yeah.
anonymous.
And none,
You know,
it
an
it
anomalous.
definitely
That's
wasn't a
it.
saucer. I've seen some saucers in my time. This was definitely very different. It was looked way more advanced. It I could kind of see as well, like in a plane, how they had windows and you can see the light coming from inside the object outside so yeah, it was a very different experience. The car cut out as well, run out, like the engine turned off.
That's
So
weird.
yeah, it was yeah,
Well,
it's such
anyway,
a
I think I'm going to
for
shoot
that
off
one.
now, boys. I think you know, I think it's time for me to shimmy on
Yeah,
out of here.
I'm sure Mark will probably head off soon as well. We'll probably wrap it up here if you want. Sorry to Peter if he's sitting there bored, deathless, senseless, or whatever.
I'm still here. I just
All right.
haven't had a chance to put my word in.
No, because I
Just
mean, I chat for England, don't I? Me, it's my fault. Blame me. I would.
It's
I'd
all
blame
good.
me if I were you.
I'll apologise that you haven't got to speak. Hopefully, you still feel comfortable to come on another stage and you can share whatever you feel like talking about.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I
if I
won't
Yeah,
get
come
you,
chance.
on, then that'll make it easier.
you want to wrap it up here then, Mr. Mark?
Sounds like good. We've gone 4.5 hours. That's pretty good for us.
All right. Well, Spaceman Mark is ready to blast off into his, into his UFO. Well, I appreciate Lee coming on and Peter coming on. It was great to speak to him. Sorry, Peter, if we went on a G rant for about an hour. It happens, unfortunately. Yeah, obviously, Mark.
Yeah, nice to meet you, and I'm
Appreciate
sorry
you.
about being a chatty McChatter from Chatsville, Chatonia. Sorry.
It's all good. That's why I
Right,
watch
then,
the videos.
all right. Well, I appreciate everyone for watching. Appreciate the co-host and everyone, and much love. And yeah, watch out for those lizard people. We'll catch you next week.